None of you can deny that what I'm saying is the truth. You know it's the truth. But either you won't write it, or you're too cowardly to speak it because you want some favor here or favor there. So because you can't talk, you are muzzled. I'm not. I'm a free black man. And I didn't come here looking for a handout. And I really don't think you need one. Your problem is that you think you need a handout. Everything you need is right under your foot, but you're looking everywhere else for help instead of to yourself and what you can produce for yourself. This is Africa's dilemma. You are parading yourself before the world as international beggars when you gave civilization to the world. Your problem is not America. Your problem is not Israel. Your problem is not Britain. Your problem is your disunity and your dependence on others to do for you what you could do for yourself. So I don't have to come back here anymore to help you. The help is already here. The knowledge is already here. The land is here. The sun is here. The water is here. The minerals are here. You have some of the finest minds in the world, but they're in Europe and they're in America making money while Africa suffers. Why don't we create politically stable environment and call the children of Africa back home to help build Africa? We are your children. And we will come and help. But don't expect us to come with billions of dollars when we don't have it. We're struggling in America. But you got it all right here under your foot. And you should be ashamed not to look to yourself, begging white folk to give you what you could give yourself. What I said today, which one of these countries is going to give you $20 million? America's not going to give you $20 million. You got it right here, but your disunity won't allow you to pool it. It's your fault, and you got to accept that responsibility. That is why my message is atonement, reconciliation, and responsibility. We got to stop blaming everything on somebody else and see what is our responsibility. None of you can deny that what I'm saying is the truth. You know it's the truth. But either you won't write it, or you're too cowardly to speak it because you want some favor here or favor there. So because you can't talk, you are muzzled. I'm not. I'm a free black man. And I didn't come here looking for a handout. And I really don't think you need one. Your problem is that you think you need a handout. Everything you need is right under your foot, but you're looking everywhere else for help instead of to yourself and what you can produce for yourself. This is Africa's dilemma. You are parading yourself before the world as international beggars when you gave civilization to the world. Your problem is not America. Your problem is not Israel. Your problem is not Britain. Your problem is your disunity and your dependence on others to do for you what you could do for yourself. So I don't have to come back here anymore to help you. The help is already here. The knowledge is already here. The land is here. The sun is here. The water is here. The minerals are here. You have some of the finest minds in the world, but they're in Europe and they're in America making money while Africa suffers. Why don't we create politically stable environment and call the children of Africa back home to help build Africa? We are your children. And we will come and help. But don't expect us to come with billions of dollars when we don't have it. We're struggling in America. But you got it all right here under your foot. And you should be ashamed not to look to yourself, begging white folk to give you what you could give yourself. What I said today, which one of these countries is going to give you $20 million? America's not going to give you $20 million. You got it right here, but your disunity won't allow you to pool it. It's your fault, and you got to accept that responsibility. That is why my message is atonement, reconciliation, and responsibility. We got to stop blaming everything on somebody else and see what is our responsibility.
Oh na 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 na, na na. Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani, anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, anina Equatorian. Anena, anina Equatorian. Oh yeah, kanita min yambio, kanita min tori, weleta min juba, yeah. Anina Equatorian. Teresia sama gesi manena. We strong, we stand together. Kanina gulu wahi, Equatoria birapa. Yapirwa pijama, asan belet na birapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh no, oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, anina Equatorian. Anena, anina Equatorian. Oh yeah, kanita zande, kanita mai. Au kukuye, anina Equatorian. Kelene na hibone fusina. Kebilia kedema feriganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja berino hasan belet na biraba. Arif ma bisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, anina Equatorian. Anena, anina Equatorian.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my fanan ngala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka, kuninga balanda bari. Kakuwa kiliko kuku, lango lumoya. Asante tokosa mundo, nyangara morove mali. Mundare, nyambara, otumu pari makojudo. Lubara bunga ya lobe, lolo
tokosa mundo.
Nare,
anakulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena. Siasa mabigesi manena. Anina wahi.
He is our son. Thomas Lilo is our son. We cannot deny him. He is our son. And we are very proud of him. He is our son. He rebelled.
Records.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah.
Banana kala.
Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita min yambio. Kanita min tori. Weleta min juba. Yeah. Anina Equatorian. Teresia sama gesi wanina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina gulu wahi. Equatoria birapa. Yapirwa pijama, asan belet na biraba. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ibanabule. Oh no, oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Belet wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah, kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye, anina Equatorian, kelene na hivyo nefusina, kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja derino, Hassan Belen na biraba, Arif mabisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us Ipanabule. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa, Anina Equatorian. Beled Wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anina Equatorian.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my Ngala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Ajoli ya buga ya baka, Equatoria balanda bari, kakuwa kiliko kuku, lambo lukoya, asante tokosa mundo, nyambara morobe mali, mundare, nyambara, otumu pari makotulo, lubara bunga ya lobe, lolo desinari,
mundo,
nare,
anakulu nasi sawa. Maki hata bigesi manena, siasa mabigesi manena, anina wahe.
all the way from the village state with their cattle. And their cattle are grazing on our farms. And if anybody tries to question as to why they are grazing their cattle on the farms, they are met with bullets. You go to Serikan, Bumbo, just in the eastern bank of the Nile. See the Rajab area, see the Kondokoro, see Mangala. All these areas have been invaded and occupied by the Equatorian. We are asking a question. Where are the Bari who are living in those areas? We need in Kabul to tell us where are our fathers, our mothers, our sisters and brothers who are living in all those areas. Where are they? They are either killed, our mothers. Away from the village state with their cattle. And their cattle are grazing on our farms. And if anybody tries to question as to why they are raising their cattle on the farms, they are met with bullets. You go to Serikan, Bumbo, just in the eastern bank of the Nile. See the Rajab area, see the Kondokoro, see Mangala. All these areas have been invaded and occupied by the Equatorian. We are asking a question. Where are the Bari who are living in those areas? We need in Kabul to tell us where are our fathers, our mothers, our sisters and brothers who are living in all those areas. Where are they? They are either killed, our mothers, our sisters are raped, our elderly are shot to death, and some are forced to flee this country. Simply because we don't have guns, because we believe in the rule of law. We believe that the government primary responsibility is to protect the people and their properties. If all the communities of South Sudan are to be armed, then what will be the responsibility of the armed forces of the Bari? The Bari, condemn in its own terms possible the leveling of the Bari community as nothing. We don't belong to any rebellion. We are independent community, just like any community in this country. We don't belong to even any political party. The choice to belong to any party is a personal decision. The whole community cannot go and be part of one rebel movement or one party or so on. So Bari community is neither SPLM or IO, or SOA, OPP or NAS. We are just a community. So if our son, he is our son, Thomas Willow is our son, we cannot deny him. He is our son. And we are very proud of him, he is our son. He rebelled just like Paul Malone. Paul Malone is rebelled. Are all Dinkas now rebels? Paul Malone is a Dinka. He rebelled against the government. Are all Dinkas now rebels? Simon Gorwin is a Nuer. He rebelled against this government. Are all Nuer now rebels? Orange is a Shuluk. He rebelled against the government. Are all Shuluk now rebels? all the tribes of South Sudan have their sons and daughters who rebel against this government. But you cannot turn the whole tribe as rebels. So just like people are able to correctly discriminate between or differentiate between those rebels from other communities, from their own communities, we don't want Bari community to be labeled as mass supporters. The people in NAS as a movement, they are from different communities of South Sudan. So labeling us as NAS is one way or is warranting our killing. That is warranting our killing.
Well, based on the ongoing situation, for sure, these gentlemen have gone through hard time since the time he was arrested. Probably when they arrested him in South Sudan, probably on March the 31st, if I'm not mistaken, 2024. Yeah, he was arrested, of course, on Saturday night. Accordingly, of course, we have been following throughout this time. We know what was going on at the time. We might have heard more many, but it is sad to do something like that. What these gentlemen have said. Most of the speeches that he said it wouldn't have been a reason why this guy has to be arrested. There is something logic. What is going on there is beyond. That is a total prejudice and some kind of occupation and all that kind of things, as we used to say all the time. That is an occupation. What's going on in Equatoria? Lands, occupations, invasions, total invasions. Because after all, what we know is that, there were, when it comes to the capital city and the claim of the regime at the meantime that, things are going okay and we're heading to the elections, and sometimes, some kind of confusions, delayment or suspending it or extension. All these things are confused, but the main point is that the question that would have been asked, that any one of us would have asked that regime, the Dinka regime of Kir, SPLA Dinka regime of Kir, we should have asked them properly. Are we served? Is the country served now? If it is served, why wouldn't all those people in the NGO go back to their respective areas? Remember, that country used to have 3 cities, 3 capital cities, including the capital, which was Juba. Upper Nile was the capital in the south. Malakal was the capital of Upper Nile, as well as Wau was the capital of Bahr al-Ghazal. Then comes to Equatoria. Juba is the capital of Equatoria. By the time, they went on, it was holding, but by the time it was the capital of the 3 states or the 3 regions. Now, when we come to a reality that, those people are supposed to be home to their respective area, how could you go for that elections? Elections was one of Callisto's statement when he gave it to the U.S. embassy, and the gentleman was clear in that particular point that the probability of elections, holding of the elections, because of there are much more things which are really never been fulfilled. Let's say they used to claim about these implementations of the peace deal, or so-called South Sudan peace deal. The complex of resolutions in South Sudan. That's of course the title they put it later. But before that, it was the revitalizations, which was clear. And revitalization of what? Of the conflicts of Kir and Russia. That was what it is. To some extent, my main concentration is mainly on the reason why are those people went on to arrest these gentlemen. It is only because of all this. Now, if we come to comparisons, if you look around and follow throughout the statement that many people have put out there, including those alliance of the Dinka regimes, you could see clearly, we have people like that Murley leader. He was clear. He put it clear by the time when he shifted to IO. Remember, this guy's statement was really very, very, it can be beyond what these gentlemen have said, what Callisto have said. Though with exceptions of land. Land issue is a problem, definitely. the land of Equatoria is today under the supervision of the Dinka. Dinka are now the one controlling all that. Don't tell me generals, Dinka generals. That is nonsense. When I hear the word Dinka generals are the one occupying, they're the one doing all these things. No, what are they doing it for? Now, how about Namule area? Now, what is that? Is that generals as well? No, that is a total move of the Dinka to that area, occupying it to this day, ever since what do you call civil war. So what can we say about that? Could we say that's our generals? No, that's not generals. Generals are just only they're just the key factor so that they can get in. It can be like it's just only how to get to that area. That is what they mean to say. So they can go there. The generals has to go there so that they cover it up, and those are generals. Generals shouldn't have been that way. Who are the beneficiary here? It is the Dinka, the Dinkas, and those of Upper Nile, Baragazal. Mainly Dinkas and their followers. Say Nuer today, the entire nations is nearly all in Equatoria as a capital. What do you mean about that? So there's more to be said. Leave alone this gentleman when he talks about his own people. It's not only the barrier. We have the experience that, and every one of them might have come across. There are more many resources that are bringing us many news that come from that area. How those people, when they came to Juba under the pretext of CPA, how they have gone and overcome our people, start killing them, arresting them, holding these lands and all that. None of the Dinkas were having lands in Equatoria, leave alone the capital city, Juba. None of them have any land over there. They have no any lands. We know each of us as tribes, everyone knows where his border areas, where his land is. So what is going on in Equatoria is really a setback. It is a setback, and they're trying to cover it. Over the time, we might have seen how those people have covered all these issues. How they went on, start creating some kind of complex between those tribes so as to give an excuse or a means to jeopardize, to prove, beyond reasonable doubt that they are not the only ones. The war is not between Dinka and Nuer, but rather the entire country. So creating conflicts between tribes so that it's ethnic cleansing. No, the issue is clear. To this day, as we keep following that government and the way how it behaves, well, we might have also understood that the U.S. Embassy come up with a statement, of course, condemning that the arrest of these gentlemen, the lack of which they put it, the lack of transparency and due process. So all this tells us the motive, the ill motives of the Dinka groups. It is not a surprise that the same people, we know them very well ever since 1972 to the periods where we got structures back to our 70s as Equatoria, Upper Nile, and Baragazal, where each of us began to rule themselves. So today we know what they have said, warning after warning that we will come back, and we know how did they create this movement. The movement was not mainly for liberation of South Sudan. We know it is for Sudan. Why? Because they know they are not part of this country of South. They are not Southerners. They have been displaced to South. That's what we know. We know for facts. Those people have been displaced to South. Recently, before South Sudan would have get to the situations where it is today, we know how how the North was welcoming those people. Many of them got houses down there, start purchasing house throughout this opportunity, that the golden opportunity that they just have taken, where they deprive every citizen, every Equatorian citizen, every what's so-called South Sudanese citizen by the time. Now we know how they have more many houses worldwide. It was all through corruptions. So this is a corrupt kind of regimes. This regime should go, as says those gentlemen, who recently rallied. And wow, something that I was shocked also. How comes that, why wouldn't they use the tactics the way how, if you have to ask yourself about the rally that took place in Wow, because we know for facts that, many of those who went on to these demonstrations are Dinka boys, youngsters. So why wouldn't they open fire on them? They let go. The world has observed, we the Equatorians and those South Sudanese have observed. We have observed all these things. So that tells you what does this country is going, where this country is going, and who's holding this country now, who's leading this country. Those who claim to be legal, they are legal in any means. Their term has already finished. Ever since 2015, their term office has already gone. So what took place after is all some kind of monopoly. They are playing it so that they could take over the country. So it's horrible, actually. So we are sad for these gentlemen. Now, the latest, of course, you might have heard of the latest. I wonder if you have heard the latest about Callisto. There was followed 4 days before, let's say, there are some kind of lawyers, of course, they have asked AAC, I don't know what that stands for protections, and so they have asked those people to protect the right of the people. But will the government of that regime, that illegal regime of Kir, will it take care of that? I don't believe so. Accordingly, that was 5 days ago. It says the past 2 months, South Sudanese security agents have detained the people. One of the farmers, of course, Mayor Callisto, without any warranty. Without any warrant, or denied lawyers access also as well. These gentlemen has been denied access. The lawyers has been denied access to release this guy, to go even probably and visit this guy. All these things are coming up throughout the time. To this day, as you have just said a few minutes ago, that, people are, we lost one of the guys also. One young guy might have been killed recently. So all this, tell us how that corrupt country is ongoing. And it's still, they are now still dreaming of elections and other ways, that in extension and agreements, peace deal and all that. I wonder, those of Agana Moon who went down there, went on betraying their colleagues, the guy who went down there trying to represent himself. I wonder, why wouldn't he bring the issue of this mayor? This was something that is ongoing, one of the headlines in the country. Why wouldn't you bring it up when you're addressing, when he was addressing discussions in Kenya? Why wouldn't he brought it up? So what does it tell us also? That's a question mark. I wish I would have answered to that, or any one of us would have answered to that. So it's ridiculous, the ongoing situation is ridiculous. For as far as Equatorians were totally confused. For those who are turning their eyes on us, trying to undermine what we're saying, or saying all that kind of nonsense. Guys, time is not to our side. The way how you are doing, it's a setback today. You might have learned a lesson. Hopefully you will learn a lesson. How one of your groups, some of your groups went on betraying you. When you went on claiming that, you know, you're the only one representing that country, that's South Sudan. So trying to kick the others out. You know, when you went on to say that separatists are not, you know, those people, they wanted to divide the country. I mean, the country is fragmented based on our right to call for a cessation of Equatoria. Why wouldn't we? That is a legal right of everyone. When you feel you are not part of the country, when you feel you have been marginalized, what do you think you should say? What should be the way out? Do I have to go and beg you? Do I have to go and kneel before you? When you start calling me, when you start abusing my people, killing my people, women's respecting no women's, mothers even, elders, you know, what the hell is that going on? What the hell is going on in that country? So why wouldn't we speak? So today we have seen how Fagan is now using this card of fragmentations so that the country will divide. Why not? Let it go, you know, because that was how we are. Equatoria was an independent entity, and we should remain that way. The only things that went on wrong was that, you know, there was no proper representation of Equatoria, even in this SPLA that they are claiming. Those who were in the SPLA, they went on silent. Instead of coming up as Equatorians, aligning them, their chances would have been in that CPA. By the time when CPA was there, Equatoria was supposed to gather themselves and says, we need Equatoria force. You know, they have to stand as Equatorian force and start negotiating, getting to a negotiation. It's unfortunate. They allow themselves to be scattered. They allow them to be used among the IO, Mabari GA, Mabari, those kind of names that have just been brought up later instead of SPLA. You know, let's say when they were in the war, yes, Dinka might have, you know, obtained the opportunity to go and divide them. So when we come to the city, when we're in peace, when there's security, peace and security by the time, I'm talking about, of course, 2005, when they were in security, 2005 and 2011, a time when we were in security, for those who have been in the army, those who are the ex, you know, let's say, rebel, those who fought, the Equatorians, veterans and all that, why wouldn't they come up and line themselves and start building themselves and say, Equatoria, you know, they should have Equatoria force, as well as Upper Nile, Bagar Rizal, you know, they would have categorized themselves that way. But none of them work this out. They went on silent. That, oh, we are all SPLA. And then Dinka began to use the tactics of, oh, unless you're SPLA, and then you will have oppositions. After all, you know, what do they have? A name, just only, namely. We just give them a namely, you know. مسميات
ما قاطعك في حاجة ده، لأنه أقول كلام أنت قلته ده مظبوط، لأنه السبب الأساسي اللي ما خلى الناس دي يمشي لقدام الشباب ده ما يلموا مع بعض، لأنه عشان كده أنا قاعد نقول الشخصيات اللي بيقولون هم قيادات في استوائية هم اشترون بقروش من بداية الحلقة، يعني اشترون بدولارات لما الناس دي غنوا، وشباب ده قام وزعوهم في حدود ده ياو بتريل هنا. عشان كده أنا ما عندي ثقة في أي شخص يدعى قائد في حركة الشعبية وهو استوائي يدخل في حركة الشعبية يجي يلعب دور بتاع قيادات. هنا قلت كان شفت ناس عندهم وظائف كبيرة، كان ناس لسه منهم لسه قاعدين يخونونا، وفي تانيين طلعوا بدل يكونوا في الطريق الصحيح رجعوا يخونونا بطريقة تاني، لأنه ما عندهم شخصية. لأنه كانت عندك شخصية أنت بتقف للحق، ناس قاعد يموت أنت لسه قاعد تبينا برا بنيغوشيشن بوحدة بكلام فارغ. هم ما قاعدين يحسوا بحاجة دي، لأنه وفي ناس فعلا هم بس قاعدين follow these kind of people عشان أسامي بتاعهم أو عشان تاريخ بتاع تاريخهم ذاته ما حقيقي، لأنه التاريخ اللي هم دخلوا فوق في حركة الشعبية دمر استوائية أكتر. أنا برجع كان مثلا قال لي أنيانيا، أنا بصدق ناس ديل فعلا ديل عملوا إنجازات لما فعلا هم بس للأسف عجزوا وتانيين ماتوا، لكن كانوا موجودين ناس بيختلف. أنا متذكر حتى في واحد بتعرف مرحوم من أبطال تانيانيا ده، هو بوضوح قال سيريل، ما نقول قال بس نجيب هنا، لأنه he was really upset إذا كان متذكر في الكلام اللي هو قالوا، يعني قال ده ما عنده أي شيء، استوائين بديه من وراه. الكلام ده هسه قاعد يحصل، ولسه ناس نجري ورا حاجات الفاشل. عشان كده انا قاعد نقول لسه كان ما بقينا دغريين عشان نحقق هدفنا، عشان ننقذ استوائيه. صراحه اللوم بيرجع لاي استواء قاعد يجامل الغلط ده، وبكره ما تبكوا. عشان كده قاعد نقول الوقت خلاص قاعد يدق الساعه. الناس هسه الخطه بتاع اتفاقيه ده الجاي ده اخطر من اللي كنا بنتوقعه، لانه في برنامج جايين يلعبوه خطير جدا. شفت كينيا هسه شغال دول ده كله، واوريدي الدول الاراضي ده قاعدين يعملوا قاعدين يرهنوا. they are putting it into mortgage. I mean mortgage as يعني استواء ما عنده كلام تاني بيفتح خشمه فوقه. Yeah, especially the minerals هسه اللي قاعدين ما خلاص oil ده is already been damaged. هسه بقى في استوائية ده they are the danger. ما تشوف ليه governors كله دول فاشلين، لكن الخطر الجاي لسه ما شفناه. عشان كده اتفاقهم قاعدين يسرعوا، وخاصة الكلام بتاع قال إيكواتوريا ما ينفصل ده حاجة هسه قاعد يخليهم كلهم يتسرعوا عشان يوصلوا. فعلا في ناس قاعد يساعدهم، حتى الناس اللي قاعدين يكونوا في اوبوزيشن قاعد يساعد ناس زي هم قاعدين يفكروا قاعدين يقفلوا الحق، لكن بالعكس حنشوف وقت حيوري. يوم ده هنا وريناهم قلنا بول مالونج ده جاسوس وما صدقوا لسه. عشان كده انا قلت لك انت استواء بتؤمن باستواء اقيف معانا الحق، حتى لو رفعنا السلاح اللي هم قاعدين يحقرونا فوق ونرفع السلاح حنرفعه، ويوم بنرفعه ده بلد داك حيكون جحيم، وان شاء الله حيكون قريب. تفضل. بس زي نقول اشترون بقروش ناس زي المجرمين.
يا إرادة بتاعت شعب أقوى من أي شيء ثاني. You know, the will of people. After all, you know, when we say separations, بتعرف ده حقيقة مطلقة. الشعب إرادة بتاعينه الإرادة للشعب وليس الأفراد. أنت ممكن تكون عندك دوابير، ممكن تكون وزير وتقول أنا وزير أنا كنت كذا، لكن قرار الشعب هم صاحب القرار. تعرف كيف؟ الشعب هم في أي موقع من العالم الشعب هم أصحاب القرار في تصنيف بتاع الدولة عشان يكون دولة ولا ما يكون. نحن كان عندنا أبجديات عن تاريخ بتاعنا. التاريخ بتاعنا واضح جدا جدا. إكواتوريا هي دولة مستقلة أساسا، يعني لولا تركيا سابقة الأتراك هم اللي جمعوا النازل كلهم وضغطهم على أساس أنهم يبقوا سودانيين. كلمة سودانيين نازل ما يوهم، القصد كانوا منا السواد، يعني ياما ناس سمونا بالسواد إنه سوداني الأسود، ده اسمه مسميات سمونا. فجمعونا كلنا لحد اليوم مصر بغض مع الناس الموجودين فوق الملقفين، الناس يجوا من دخلاء اللي دخلوا هناك والغزاة ديل اضطروا انه يسموا شنو يعني عندك الصعايدة بيقول لك انه الصعايدة امشي انت من الجنوب، انت من الجنوب، فبالزوم على اساس انه ديل سود يا اخي للزوم، يعني عاوزين يشوفوا الزول اللي شكله ابيض وشكله اصفراني ده هو اللي بيكون في مصر. فالتكتيك ده كان معروف، المصريين كانوا بيلزوا النازل بيقول لك روح بالجنوبي ما بعرف كيف، مع انه ده صاحب البلد الاصلي. فالتحرك ده اللي واضح هسه هي اللي بيحصل هنا بالنسبه للموقف بتاعنا كبلدنا مثلا كإيكواتوريا، من الناحيه بتاعت الناس اللي بيدعوا انهم هم سياسيين ويقول لك انا بقول انا مدعين، لانه انت كسياسي النازل ما عملوا شيء لما كانوا هم في الحركه الشعبيه دي. يعني كان حتى قرن ده ما كان معترف هو بواقع انه شنو معترف بحاجه اسمه شنو تحرير جنوب السودان، من خلال مقولته انه اللي عاوز بيجيب ما تحرير جنوب السودان في النهايه هو يقتنع. يعني عرف كيف؟ كان في البدايه كان مكبر راسه، لكن لما اقتنع في النهايه قام انه قال يا اخي ما بيهمني انا، اللي بيقول عاوز يقول انه هو ما جنوب السودان وتحرير جنوب السودان خلاص انا بتركه هنا، لما نوصل بعدين احنا لما نوصل احنا نخليه ونمشي لقدام. ده كان التوقع بتاعه. هذا اعتراف ضمني واضح جدا جدا بعد ما لقى مع انه قتل الناس اللي كانوا داعين دعاة تحرير جنوب السودان. في النهايه اليوم عصابات بتاعينه ده واقف في بعض. فمشكلتي بالنسبه للإكواتوريين اللي موجودين حاليا اللي هم عاشوا الوقائع ده ودخلوا منازل، انا بشوف دخولهم ما كان غلط من ناحيه، انا بشوف الدخول بتاعينهم للحركه الشعبيه ما كان غلط، لكن انت من هناك ما هسه عندك اول نوير. القضيه قبل ما تخش محل، قبل ما تدخل نفسك في جوره او تقول انا مع فلان، انت يجب ان تكون نفسك. تعرف كيف تكون نفسك، تكون اساسك انت نفسك، تجمع صفوفك وتمشي هناك بقوه. انت عندك مجموعه بتاعينك انت بتحفظه، بتحافظ عليه، وما في زول لو جاء مفاوضات انت بتخش هناك انت بتفاوض من هذا المستوى. لكن انت لما تيجي خاشي عشوائي، يا ما في شباب اطفال صغار ما كانوا بيعرفوا شيء دخلوا في حركه شعبيه دي، دخلوا 2 3. لكن انتوا الكبار دي اللي بتقولوا انه انا قريت في كوليج بتاعت الميليتري كوليج وانا عندي خبرات، انت بتعمل شنو في الحاله ده؟ انت المفروض تتبنى ناس بتاعك، تتبنى اهلك كمان، زملائك بتاعنا، لانه انت بتعرف في خلافات في بلدك. يعني that country عنده خلافات كبيره جدا جدا اصلا. يعني احنا عشنا في خلافات، يعني 72 لحد 83 لحد كم كله عايشين خلافات. فانت لما يجي زول هناك ما عنده العسكريه، ما عنده تدريب العسكري، وانت تجي كعسكري انت عندك موقع، انت بتعمل شنو؟ انت بتحاول تجمع الصفوف بتاعت شباب بتاعينكم، تحاول تنظمهم على اساس انه يكون قاعده بالنسبه لك، عشان زول ثاني ما يتلاعب باهلك، ما يتلاعب باي شيء ثاني. لكن الناس ديل عملوا شنو؟ يعني دخلوا افراد، يعني دخول بس كده اراكم بس خلاص، ده بقى ياوده ده يوسيد. يلا الدنكاوي هناك، الناس الدنكا ديل عملوا فيه لعبوا فوق. القيادات الكبرى دي نفس الحركه اللي كان شماليين بيعملوا فينا، القيادات الكبرى هم مسكوها. يعني تلقى هو جنرال، هو القائد العام، وانتم يكون عندكم رتب هامشيه. حاجات دي اللي هو اثر فينا سلبا، لان انت لما تكون عندك مجموعه انت عندك قوه واقف معاه زي هو مشهر خير دليل. ناس مشهر ناس ويليام يون بين في مجموعات كده بتاع النوير ديل، كيف ان النوير ديل رغم انه قتلوا الحركه الشعبيه ده بغير كده، قتل الاهل بتاعهم، قتل الرعيل بتاعهم الاول، الجروب بتاعهم الاول اللي كانوا فيه، اللي كانوا عملوا بتاع اللي قالوا عجنيتوه، اللي كانوا مختلفين مع لاقو. اضطر انه الناس زين بعد ما قتلوا اهلهم ده كمان هم اضطروا انه يجمعوا صفوف زملائهم اطفالهم شباب بتاعينهم ده، انه يا اخي المستقبل ده ما بتعرف شنو جاي بكره. لما جمعهم دخلوا في تحدي مع قرن. لما دخلوا في تحدي مع قرن في النهايه قرن يعترف بهم. عرف كيف؟ اليوم هم كقوه بيجوا يلعبوا دور، يعني كانوا في الساحه السياسيه وفي الساحه بتاعت حرب كله. وين اكواتوريا فوق كده؟ يعني المفروض نلعب القيادات، الناس اللي بيقولوا هم قيادات عسكريه وبيفتخروا الليله انه عاوز يرفعوهم فوق عشان يكونوا سياده على الناس علينا. الف مرحب بسيادتك يا اخي، لكن انت تصرف بحيث انك تقدر تطلع النازل وتجمعهم يكونوا صف. يعني خيره الحقائق مثلا انا بقول لايك security arrangement الدينك الحكومه بتاعت الدينكا ده هسه بيتكلم عنه شنو؟ security arrangement ده ياو كانوا بين نوير ودينكا، ده واضح جدا جدا. يعني انت الاكواتوري ما بقدر يتكلم، ما بقدر يقول انه يا اخي انا مظلوم يا اخي، ما عندي اي خانه هنا. الاكواتوري ما عنده اي خانه، ليه انت ما بتقول عندك خانه هنا؟ you're supposed to give me a chance also. I should have also a right to form myself. عشان كده الليله بيصيروا صدمه. يعني لما يجي في كلام كاليسو بيتكلم من جانب بتاع انه هو مواطن. يعني بعد ما هو نزلوا، بعد ما كبوا برا، لما نزلوا من الوظيفه، عارف كيف بالتعسفين، مع انه الراجل كان ماشي بطريقه صحيحه وكان بيتبنى حقائق. يعني ما كان في خطا هو قاعد يعمله، بقدر ما هو كان بيحاول ينظم الناس على اساس انه كل زول عنده الحق انه يكون عنده الارض في طالما دي عاصمه الف مرحبا، عاصمه كانت مؤقته، لكن هو كان بيلعب دور بتاعه. يعني يمكن كان الدبوس شويه لحاجه اسمه وانيقه ده، قالوا شغال في الموقف بتاعت وانيقه، يعني اداه بوس شويه. للاسف الشديد الناس ما دايرين اصلا اصلاح. يعني these people intention هم they don't want to build that country the meantime. هم عاوز it to be mess. They wanted to mess it up so that later on they can come in. That's what it is. So لذلك انا بقول انه شنو الناس اللي دخلوا هناك ما كانوا غلطانين، لكن الخطا بتاعهم انه ما قدر ينظم حاله، خلى نفسهم يفرتكوهم كطيور. وهم ناس يعني هم جايين من nation، من Equatorian nation as you have said, Equatorian nations. It wasn't something easy. Great Equatorian nations, that was a nation by itself. Why did people went on hitting Equatoria? لانه إيكواتوريا واحد من السلاطين مثل إيكواتوريا اللي كانوا جاهم، واحد من السلاطين اللي رفضوا انه يوقع. الانجليز اللي كانوا عاوزين الناس اللي يوقعوا وبعد ياخذوا مضمون. يعني كان في تحرك في القرن التاسع عشر، عارف كيف؟ in 18th century. By the time, you know, this guy يعني الناس كان قالوا لهم يوقع. فإيكواتوريا دي كان له خالص مجموعة بتاعت إيكواتوريا ما كانوا عاوزين يوقعوا لأنه كانت مكيدة أساسا عشان يحتووهم وكده. فكان عندهم مواقف، يعني في مواقف بطولية جدا جدا من أجداد بتاعنا ده. you know. لذلك الناس خافوا من الموقف ده. لذلك إيكواتوريا يعني حتى تقسيم بتاعت إيكواتوريا هسه قطعوا الأراضي بتاعتهم الموجودة دي كانت عن قصد، عاملينه عن قصد. عارف كيف؟ من القوى الاستعمارية. The colonials has to do it. It was intentionally they did it. Why? لأنه the way how when you look to somebody like Callisto today, supposedly Callisto, the way how he's behaving now, he's trying to outspoken guy, you know, such kind of individuals. Sometimes Shankida, there's some instance that, you know, sometimes you need to keep your mouth shut and act. Let your acts be far rather than talk. You know, that's what I can say. لأنه هو قاعد بين أسود زول. يعني imagine based on what they have seen, أنه زول they have been observing him. الدو كان قاعد follow this guy ل4 أيام. For 4 days they were trying to hunt him. تعرف كيف؟ They were just following him. قاعد يمشي وراه وده على أساس أنه يلقوا كيف أنه يمسكوا زول. Like remember Jesus, how Jesus لما كان شالونا Jesus لما كان اليهود كان بيلعبوا الألعاب بتاعهم ده. Exactly. It looks like what happened. يعني if I'm not mistaken, it looks like what happened to Jesus. By the time when this guy was, imagine this time around, it was of course different. أنه جابوا له القروش أنه وزبدوا له. فهو قالوا شال القروش وكباو لزول. لازم الراجل له كب القروش. تعرف كيف؟ That was what it is. فالراجل كان عنده الشجاعة. You know, لأنه هو أساساً هو بيتمثل أهله وبيتكلم عن أهله. فالليلة ده واحد من الناس اللي ممكن الواحد بيفتخر به ويقول يا ريت. يعني هسي النازل كمان أول خطأ اللي أنت قلته، يعني the mistake was that أنه نازل عاوزين يقول إنه حكم نجيب محامي لزول. No, you don't have to get محامي. زول ده ما عنده أي ذنب مسكوه به. Other than, you know, just وعبر عن وجهة نظره. It was just only ومشى يعبر قال الحقيقة أنه يا أخوانا في خطأ. أنتوا في أهل بتاعي هنا ما موجودين، نازل ما كذا، وأنتوا أخذتوا أراضي بتاعت نازل بقوة السلاح ودمرتوهم وقتلتوهم. ده حقائق مثبتة قالوا. يبقى ما كان فوقه عيب. عارف كيف؟ بالمقارنة زي ما قلت لك مع مجموعات أخرى. في ناس داخل المكتب ده. يعني كان هنا مشينا قابلنا ناس المتمردين، ناس موجود زي ما قلت الناس مجموعات في اللي هو المجموعات بتاعت الهروبات الداخليه اللي هسه بين ناس ابنايل. في ناس قالوا كلامات اسخف من كده، لكن هل مسكوهم؟ ما مسكوهم. هل تلتلوهم عملوهم زي ما قاعد يعمل في الراجل؟ لا ما بدل. مولون ده الشركاوي ده ما اتكلم عن الارض. لا، هذول اللي كانوا يتكلم عن الارض بوضوح جدا جدا. كان انت جيت مثلا في مجموعات كثيره تتكلمت عن الارض. ليه بالذات؟ ليه؟ why is this guy exactly why؟ ليه؟ لانه هدفهم طبعا هو احتلالي. يعني اللي بيحصل في إيكواتوريا بغض النظر عن اقاليم الثانيه دي، في إيكواتوريا دي احتلال. This is how الاستعمار كان جا كده. كيف الاحتلال الاجنبي كان جا كده. You know, they will destroy you جلابه the way how they came when they took everything. وظائف ده كله عندهم لحد هسه ما عندهم عيب. You know, those people when they don't feel shame. رغم انه مسكين الرئاسه دي بيقوموا قاعد يكوركوا فوقه. والرئاسه دي من خلال شنو؟ الرئاسه الدوم ده اتفاقيه. لا، هنا ما اتفاقيه، دي دوله يا اخي، ده ما اتفاقيه. Don't tell me انه اتفاقيه وبيجيب فوق رئيس ولا اتفاقيه بتاعت حرب بتاع دينكا ونوير يجي يجيبوا لنا. اليوم خلاص بلشوا يذوقوا من كلام دي. ما الحرب واضح جدا جدا. مو يوم المشكله ما كان نوير اللي هو المرلي ودينكا ما كان شاكلوا. دينكا ناس دينكا ديل او ده هو متمثل في البطيء.
دينكا ونمر اتحالفوا كان
مشى يتحالفوا ضد ناس اللي هو شنو
مرله
مش عملوا حرب هناك شاكلوا لما العالم كله قام. The entire world they have went on condemning it and standing with Murlay people. Then later everything got quiet. Why wouldn't we go make it as an issue by the time? Why wouldn't we define it as a civil war? Why? Today Dinka and Nuer بيعملوا حرب, and then all of a sudden the entire world will start defining it as a civil war. That is not why. That means English is a weak language. English is a weak language.
ما قاطعك
Can't define.
ما قاطعك ده ما أوروبيين. ده من الناس ده ذاته من المجموعات الاثنين دين سياسيين تا دينكا ونوير إضافة إلى الشخصيات الضعيفة. هم قام صلحوا الطريق قال ياخدوا مشكلة سيفل وور سياسيا. يعني تعريف خاطئ لكن كبروها على أساس إنه ده حرب أهلية. وما في من الشعب الاستوائي يعني مش قول الشعب الاستوائي ما في من السياسيين اللي هم بيدعوا سياسيين تا استوائي قدر يناقض كلام ده إلا الشعب الاستوائي اللي هسه ظهر كانفصاليين اللي بدون اسم تا انفصاليين. احنا وضحنا الحاجة دي إنه المشكلة ده مشكلة قبلية وصراع بين اثنين قبيلة أصلا وصراع في داخل الحركة الشعبية. يعني في اثنين معركة بتاع حزب واحد قاعد يشاكلوا عشان سلطة نفس الوقت اثنين قبيلة. ما يقول لنا ده حرب أهلية.
ما أنا شنو بس المشكلة هنا في اللغة linguistically. I wonder there's no specific term where Europeans for instance English language in order to define the complex of two individuals. When they will just they will just turn it into civil war. Civil war is something big. That's a huge thing. When you say civil war, that's a huge thing. Unlike the conflicts of two individuals.
بس نديك مثال الحرب الأهلية كان زي شمال السودان وجنوب السودان اللي بيسمى حرب أهلية.
Imagine a rapid support force والمجموعة بتاعت برهان هسي مع الجفرمنت ده. Do you know how do they define it? Did they define it as a civil war? ومن قال the conflicts بتاعت الناس اللي في سلطة مش
الجيش والدعم السريع.
rapid support force within those people. فالناس دي الليلة هم عملوا حرب. فبروبلي الناس دي قاعدين يرشاوا للناس دي الأوروبيين عشان يكتبوا الكلام ده يقولوا إنه ده civil war. وعشان يبرروا in order to زي ما قلت لك in order to مثلا make some excuse أو عشان يدوا لنفسهم support and evidence. That's why they are now going all over the hill زي ما أنت قاعد تقول going all over the neighborhood so that creating conflicts so that people can translate it into what's so-called ethnic cleansing or civil war. Now, who's causing trouble in South Sudan? Isn't it the same Dinka who got trouble? Wherever Dinka is, they are the one making trouble. So why would we just go on and say, today, we have some Equatorians as a big no Equatorian ما قاعد يشاكلوا. Equatorian هم هاديين في موقفهم. لكن لو انت شفت بحر الغزال upper Nile حتى في بحر الغزال upper Nile هو fighting each other over there. The Dinka ونوير. مش الناس اللي قاعد يقتلوا في بعضهم هنا.
بعدين في حاجة. سوري.
كله قاعد يقتلوا بعضهم.
لا.
ما قاعد يشاكلوا بعضهم.
أنا بس ده نذكرك حاجة. تعرف اللغة اللي هسه قاعد يظهر إحنا قلت كلام في محله. ده حرب اثنين قبيلة. لكن كده شوف الخطر الثاني الظهر. أنا بقوله بصراحة خدم بتاع الشلوك هسه هم اللي بينادوا يقول يونيتي استوائيين لأن ديل بيقولوا حامل الأباريك ده حامل الأباريك التانيين. إنتوا عملوا شنو؟ لأنه هسه لما هم كانوا في ألاينس بتاع سوما ده هم غيروا اللغة بتاع الكلام. طبعا هم حاولوا كانوا يوقفوا كلام بتاع إثنيك ده مشكلة تاع قبيلتين. هم قال ده هم ذاته لسه تانين جوا في بلد اسمه نيروبي وتانين في روما ده هم قاعدين يكتبوا حاجات كيف خلي استوائيين يتكلموا. عشان كده تلقى في استوائيين هسه اللي هم بيقولوا متعلمين بقوا ضعاف الشخصية ما بيقدر يوضح. يعني تخيل احنا بنوري قصتنا احنا كاستوائيين وين احنا الوضع بتاعنا. هم بيقول لا ما في ناس تعبانين كمان في على النيل بحر الغزال ومكان ده. تعرف ليه؟ يعني تكرجات الكلام ده هم ما عاوزين ان الاستوائية يتكلم ان هم يا الضحايا. هم يقول لا احنا كمان ضحايا ونفس الوقت عندهم كورين جوا زي ما انت قلت. يعني انت شايف هسه ناس ديل قاعدين جوا هناك لا مقول جوا، عندك منو جوا، ونفس الناس دي كمان طالعين برا هنا يتكلموا. يعني عندهم هدف خاص. يستوى ما يفتح خشمه، يستوى بس يسكت. شكله ده ما نقول ده شكله بتاع 2 قبيله، وانا اقول ده شكله بتاع 2 اقليم، ولا نقول ده شكله اسمه شنو ده حركه الشعبيه في الداخل. يعني بس نلخبطها كده عشان هم يجي يقولوا العالم ده كان سيفل وور. شفت كيف؟ والمؤسف تلقى استواء قاعد يجي يشجع قال يا اخي هنا كيف ننفصل عشان دينكا. المشكله ما بس دينكا، يس دينكا السبب الاول، لكن الباقيين ديل ما كلهم متورطين. بالاخص لما النوير رد السلاح بتاعه للدينكا، يا في النهايه جابهم في اتفاقيه يقعدوا تحت، هسه هم قاعدين يشاركوا حكومه. وفي نفس الوقت كمان ديلك هناك قال لهم ضربوهم مع ناس نوير، كمان هسه هم جوا، وتاني لسه برا قالوا لهم اوبوزيشن، وكمان تلقى الدنكاوي قالوا اوبوزيشن، وتلقى النوراوي اوبوزيشن. يا جماعه هل ده حرب كان يعني انت بتفهم مثلا وات از ذات مين؟ وهم يعني ما دين يعرفوا كلام انه ده مشكله قبلي.
انا بتاع جماعه كانوا كلموا بدون مقاطعه، هو تبديد الراي الفكر. يعني try to destroy your thinking so that you don't concentrate. عشان بيقول انه شنو مشكله، يعني نازل بكثروا طبعا الاحزاب السياسيه هم ياكلوا فوقه، كان هو النظام حكومه هم ياكلوا فوقه، كان هو الجيش هم ياكلوا فوقه. بتعرف كيف؟ إيكواتوريا كان عمل له ميليشيا، بكره قاعد يغنوا يا زي ما قال الراجل ده كاليستو، قال له لما هو بدا مقارنه عنه نازل كل زول نازل انه بس كلهم متوردين، انهم متوردين. ناس ملون هناك، ناس شرب بيجاي، وعندك الدينكا بيجاي، حتى الرئيس بتاعهم ده جاب ميليشيات بتاعه، ناس مشانغيور ومجموعات ده كل زول عنده. يلا بقى حقنا ده لما يجي إيكواتوريا يطلع واحد من إيكواتوريا مثلا انسان بتاع إيكواتوريا يشيل سلاح، تيجي تقول انه كل المواطنين دي. So why don't you go after Denka؟ لما مشيت ورا دينكا كله دقيتهم، هم مشيت ورا نوير، اهالي تنوير كله دقيتهم، وانه ده كذا كانت حكومه، كانت بقى حكومه ديكتاتوريه للدرجه دي. Why don't you do that؟ why wouldn't they go after those people؟ ما في. فالقصه هي مرتب. يعني هم they don't want to see you like what Bob Marley have said, the songs of Bob Marley. يعني they don't want to see you together, as blacks. Remember when he was thinking about blacks in America, worldwide, in America particularly. And those people, they don't want to see you together. هم عاوزين انكم divided. They want you killing each other the way how they're doing. So exactly, now they got to use this tactics today. So that's not fair. It is not fair. Now, again, أنا بconcentrate أنا reading. I'll come back to your place. I'm sorry. For the issue بتاعت الجيش. إنت as Equatorian يعني كأنت particularly those who are in the SPLA والوحدين اللي هم قالوا من ما أيو. Guys, how comes أنه دينكا بيمثل بحر الغزال، عندك واحد نوير بيمثل على النيل، وانت إيكواتوريا ما عندك اي تمثيل في حاجه اسمه security arrangement. So what do you think you're doing? Aren't you encouraging انه جماعه كده can take over Equatoria the way how it is, where Dinkas are to be في police هم ياو دينكا. يعني imagine what we are hearing every day. كان هو ضابط بوليس، كان هو ياو كوميشنر بتاع بوليس، كان هو وين كله دينكا في عاصمه قوميه. كان دي عاصمه قوميه. Is that the way how it is? No، دي ما عاصمه قوميه. عارف كيف؟ يعني ده عاوزين يحولوها لعاصمه بتاع الجنوب، لانه ما ممكن. طيب احنا ايكواتوريانز، سؤال ده في ايكواتوريان، انتوا 200 انتوا هتقولوا عندكم حق عشان تكون عندكم جزء من الحاجه دي بتاع التكوين بتاعت اللي هو security arrangement ده. 200 انتوا تكون عندكم ناس هناك security arrangement ده. when you look to the security arrangement، الناس اللي دفعوا اللي كان خرجوه ده، في واحد في نيروبي قاعد يعمل دعايه انه يا اخي البيس ديل ده there are some things which has been implemented وحاجه ده ماشي كويس. وين إيكواتوريا هناك؟ why wouldn't Equatoria have their force as well؟ وين these questions goes to those people who says القد وجهوا لنا السلاح قالوا يا اخي تعال شيلوا سلاح. no، ما كله حل بحل بسلاح. عارف كيف؟ قالوا يسوع قاعد يقول شنو، انت لو شلت السلاح بالسلاح بتروح. عارف كيف؟ هنا عندنا اساليب كان ممكن نستعملها افضل من انه نستخدم السلاح. ما هو هدف العدو اصلا انك تستعمل السلاح عشان يتمك، عشان يدمرك زي ما هو عاوز. لكن انت المفروض تمسك السلاح عشان تحمي به حالك. السلاح ده المفروض تكون جزء من العدو ده ذاته، تطالب بحقك في داخل العدو ده. You're supposed to insist within this enemy and say I should have as long as it عندك 100 دنكاوي عسكري I need to want to see 75 Equatorian هناك عسكري كمان. Otherwise we're not going to hold. كل زول يمشي في محله. And that is exactly what we're talking about. لكن when you didn't maintain your position inside, التحسي برا, do you think you will get in there easy? It's going to take you long years to come, of which your family, your people will suffer. مجموعة أهلك ما بيتعلموا ولا في تعليم حتكون الأطفال، هيكون أهلك مشردين وهيقتلوا وهيعمل بتاع ده. The result will be at the end of the day, the way how we are behaving. تعرف at the end of the day أنا جايين ننتهي زي كان زمان شمال. A day will come when Equatoria will say, oh, Equatoria might develop. You know that? يعني imagine, I have seen the picture بتاع زول ده اللي كان هرب ده. How كنيسة نازل ما خلوا كنيسة. يعني أي حاجات بنيات أساسية في Equatoria they have destroyed. destroy. جماعة نازلين كده destroy محلات ده. عارف كيف؟ Even after the جلابة. We wouldn't expect that. يعني في زي كنيسة كان جابوا منظر بتاع كنيسة، خلاص كنيسة بقى قاعد يقول فوق قش، أهله ما في. البنيان اللي مساعدات اللي قاعد يقدموها الناس اللي هناك في الأجريكالتشر وحاجات الكل قاعد يقدموه، قاعد يدوا لنا جنقولية ومحلات ديل. Why is that? Is that the way how it is? يعني المنظمات دي كله قاعد يشتغل لصالح أبا نايل وبحر الغزال. Is that fair? شوارع بيعملوا بيخططوا له يلا إيكواتوريا هنا بس شارع بتاع دنام ولا ده أو دم يمكن العمال الأمريكان. Is that the way how it is? That is not fair. ما fair خالص. فهنا إيكواتوريا يجب أن نصحى، يجب أن نكون في الداخل والخارج. الداخل ده هنا لما نجيبه كلنا سوا، كل القيادات دي العسكرية ده الليلة زول اللي اسمه في الأمن ده نازل المجموعات الإيكواتوريين ده كله كانوا منوقف على أساس إنه لازم نكون عندنا قوة عسكرية بتاعت إيكواتوريا كمان. لازم عاوزين نشوف شباب بتاعنا، عاوزين نشوف أهلنا كمان في إيكواتوريا في الجيش. هسه دينكا بيعمل دعاية قالوا شنو؟ قال في قبائل كثيرين ما دايرين يجندون. قالوا ما داير عسكرية. منو قال لك ما داير عسكرية؟ في وقت ده at this time around trust me أنت قاعد تخاف مننا هسه عشان تشيل سكين من إيكواتوريا. أنت ما خايف عشان تشيل السكين يا تقول إيكواتوريا دي جبان. أنا ما يجوبنا. Trust me they will come when this table will turn. اليوم الترابيزة دي ينقلب بيكون تعب عليهم. They know it very well. Those people know it. Otherwise they wouldn't have built their houses برا ويشيل قروش بتاعنا ويعمل حاجات ويبيع حاجات ديون وحاجات دي في الخارج. They will come. كلام ده عيب يا اخوانا. انتوا في السلطة هناك، كان انتوا في حكومة، كان ناسكير ومجموعات دي عيب عليكم والله بأمانة. يعني انتوا قاعد تحفروا حفرة، لكن حفرة دي يوم تاني هتقعوا فوقه. انتوا حفرتوا حفرة لأهلنا للإيكواتوريانز والناني إيكواتوريانز في أبا نايل وبحر الغزال. في ناس تعبانين هناك زينا، ما تقول لي دنكاوي تعبان، لكن في ناس الحقيقيين تعبانين زي الفراتيت نازل تعبانين. انتوا بتخلقوا مشاكل، والليلة دارزان دي هناك انتوا خلقتوا مشكلة فتنة تشيلوا أيوه قال عشان نمسك محل جاندي. واي ما في زنداوي هناك بيقدر يمسك سلاح؟ يعني ما في زنداوي ممكن يكون قائد في المنطقة ده؟ كلام دي جبن يعني، دي عملية ده عار بالنسبة لنا. فيوم بيجي عارف كيف انت ممكن تلعب لعبة بتاعك، لكن يوم انقلبت الأمور يكون صعب عليك. فانتوا فكروا بالكلام ده. وقت الصحن ده ينقلب انتوا ما حتكونوا هنا، أطفالكم هيكونوا هنا في الدنيا، أطفالنا هيكون هنا، هيكون الحالة دي صعبة جدا. يتمنى عشان يكون في محل كويس. If I fail in my days, I shouldn't have let my children fail. If we fail as people, we shouldn't let our generations fail. That would have been a wise man thinking. Like in the ill-intentioned thinking, how long are you going to eat? ناس اللي عاوزين ناكل اديناكم 5 سنوات اكلتوا ما شبعتوا. ثاني جيتوا في 2011 اكلتوا هسه 19 سنه ما شبعتوا. لايز في النهايه زي ما قالوا كومتراب. قالوا شنو بني ادم ما بيملى عينه الا كومتراب. تعرف in another way يعني that is exactly what is expected. But it will happen. But you're going to let your children suffer.
Let's say I don't know what it's from me or your side. I think if you can fix it.
You'll not give up.
أنا قاعد نسمعك لكن ما سامع منك هناك. أنت قاعد تسمع هنا؟ قاعد تسمع الأوديو ده؟
Was the key factor.
I hear it, but it's not clear. Like, it's not clear. But can you readjust it? Like, can you?
I think أنت صوتك يا ما واضح.
The right will be to your side.
لأنه قاعد يعمل like في خشخش ولا شنو بيسموه ما بعرف. Like it's making noise.
Okay.
Your phone.
Okay.
There'll be no chance. There'll be no way out of case. All right, thank you guys. Yeah, Didi, you can take over. I'm sorry. Sorry for taking it over for a while. Thank you.
Can you take over in my place for now?
Okay. Yeah, Didi is doing some adjustment to her microphone. لكن عاوز أقول لك لودرو thank you for what you said. To be honest الحاجة ال disappointing يعني بتلقى أخواننا وأخواننا الاستوائيين اللي هم لسه دايرين يمسكوا عصاية في النص أو دايرين يمشوا بجهة عدو يقول أنا جنوبي. هو ما عارف قاعد يضر أهله وقاعد يضر نفسه مستقبليا. وزي ما أنت وضحت يعني تخيل أنت بتتكلم في جنوب السودان وأنت ذاته ما عندك أي قدرات. هم ما قاعدين يعترف بك لأنه أصلا شتتوكم من بداية. يعني زي ما أنت قلت مخطط. الحركة الشعبية made sure إن استوائية ما يكون قوة بتاعه عشان يقدر يقيف. زي أنت قلت هسه Equatoria force ده حتى الفرصة بيجي لسه في استوائيين عاوزين يقول لا ما نتكلم عن استوائية ولا نعمل حاجة للاستوائية بس نتكلم عن جنوب السودان. لا بيهدف بس نجيب كله نازل. أصلا كانت جبت نازل وينهم؟ هم كان جايين بس جايين يعملوا destruction. how many time Equatoria كل ما بيقعد مع نازل يقعد يخسر. يعني زول قال بيتعلم من 3 اختبار at least. التست الأول كان أنت شفت فيه خيانة ولا فيه هنا أنت بتدي فرصة تاني. الثالث أنت ما بتقدر تديه لأن أنت كان اديته زول ما طبيعي. أنت زول أبلد من بليد أو أنت زول جبان. بس واحد من الاثنين ده يا جبان يا بليد. لأنه أنت بتعرف الزول ده هو أصلا ضميره ما صالح لك. الناس ديل أزونا. الناس ديل دايرين يدمرونا. يعني من بداية الحركة الشعبية الهدف الأساسي انتقام. وأيضا شنو بيسموها جدا عشان يقدر شنو يوقفوا كلام كوكورا ده. ما قرن قالوا بوضوح هو ضد كوكورا. والمؤسف رغم في ناس عاشوها وفي ناس جسموها زينا وفي ناس اللي يعني حتى دخلوا في الحركة الشعبية شافوا المعاملة لكن لسه ما عندهم القرار اللي بيقول قرار شجاعي أو قرار الشجاعة إنه أنا يا جماعة حان الوقت استوى يقف لمصلحته. في الدنيا ده حتى ربنا كما خلق إنسان وخلق ملائكات لما الشيطان طلع شيطان قبل ما يطلع شيطان لوسيفر became the devil. there was a war. في النهاية ربنا كم خطة واضح كده قال خلاص ما إبليس اللي معي ما في تاني رجوع في كلام ده. حتى الجنة ده والهل ده منقسمين ما في حاجة بواحد نازل. ليه إحنا لما نعيش في حل بتاع جنوب السودان ده في استوائي لسه ما قاعد يلاحظ إنه حان الوقت إحنا نكون جنة بتاعنا زي من حاجة. لأنه الحل ده عاوز يدمرنا ما عاوز يخلي فوقنا ولا حياة. ده 200 استوائيين بيقيفوا. في ناس عاوزين يساعدونا في ناس عاوزين يقيفوا معنا وبيقيفوا معنا لما نقيف لمصلحتنا. نقولنا عاوزين استوائية فقط ما في زول. the hell with everybody. هم منو حيجي يكون ضدنا. بعدين الكلمة alliance ده كمان I want you later to تكلم عنه. إحنا هنعمل بس hopefully وانا أو بس أقل لأنه ما داير نكتر. يعني عندنا يعني يقول يمكن between 45 minutes كده بندي لازم دي يتكلم في حاجة واحد. شفت كلمة alliance ده ذاته من حاجة اللي قاعد يبلد Equatorian. ايكواتوريانز بقى يسمعوا لانه زي ما قلت في بويزن قاعدين يدوا في راسهم. ومن منو؟ من الشخصيات اللي هم ضيعوا استوائيه في الفرصه الاول وعده فرص هم بيقولون دخلوا قيادات ودفع individually خلوا استوائيين يشتتهم زي يعني ما بعرف تقول زي جداد زي يالتا جداد بيشتتهم everywhere ما في زول لمام ما قدروا يلمون. عملوا شنو؟ بقى يقول لك احنا لازم نعمل يونيتي عشان نقدر نحارب النظام ده يا ذات السبب اللي دمرنا والسبب الجو زي ما انت قلت الناس كل عندهم كتائب قبليه ميليشيات. ليه استواء ما بيقدر يعمل جيشه؟ لما نقول راح كنا نقف الاستواء ما الهدف بتاع وقف الاستواء لمصلحته ونكون جيشنا احنا كوننا دولتنا. لكن في ناس ما دارين الكلام ده، في ناس خايفين، في ناس عايزين يرجعونا لتحت العدو ده عشان نكونوا عبيد. يا عندنا كم مليون قاعدين برا وديل ما حيرجعوا تاني. يلا اسم قاعدين كورو قال يا اخي ناس مشوا في نيروبي، ما مشوا في نيروبي لانه انتوا خليتوا الناس يدمركم، لانه انتوا ما عندكم شخصيه، ما عندكم الشجاعه تتكلموا الاستوائيه، ما عندكم الشجاعه حتى تكونوا جيش استوائي حر ما فوقه، لانه ديل كلهم عندهم كتائب ميليشيات قبيله. هسه بول مولونج ده كده ورينا جاتوا استوائيين جيش بتاع استوائيين في معه. خليه يورونا الناس يعني. انا ما بعرف لمتى حنقعد لحد متى نقدر الحاجه دي بيدخل في راسنا، لانه في ناس الظاهر هم قابلين بالفشل ده، يعني ما عاوزين يغيروا، ما عاوزين يكونوا ناس، ما عاوزين يكونوا مجتمع صحيح، مجتمع استوائي قوي متمكن قادر يتكلم عن نفسه، ما بيقدر يكون تحت اي سياده الناس اللي ما بيعرفوا حتى يبنوا الدوله في منطقتهم ولا حتى مدينه هسه كل الناس جايين يبنوا عمارات وبيوت في ارض الاستوائيه. قال خلصنا بنينا دوله. يا اخي احنا الاستواء ده كان يا ابوكم يا اخي، كرهونا الدنيا والله. عشان كده انا قلت قريبا ان شاء الله، والناس اللي قاعدين يتمنوا احنا نرفع سلاح ده لما نرفعه في ناس حيسكتوا نهائيا. وانا باكد لكم كلام ده، لانه انتوا اصلا انا صراحه انا ready for this thing. مش مدارين هو we will make it، لكن خليه يجي وقت اللي هم حيندموا. وما في اي شيء حركه شعبيه تاني بيتكلم. وانت كان شغال مع حركه شعبيه هسه انت يا زول فتش مخرج كانت استوائي.
لا العباره اوريك بالنسبه لكلام اللي بيقول انه الناس قاعده تشيل سلاح وكده، ده تعريض. انت ما بتعرضني انا I know what I'm doing. عارف كيف؟ احنا لما هم رفعوا سلاح ما قلنا لهم ارفعوا سلاح. يزول كان مش كل زول قام بنفسه وهو قال رفع السلاح ده، لذلك ما تشتغل بهم، ما تشتغل بناس بشكل.
انا فاهم، لكن هم اصلا قاعدين push it.
It will be in your term. Don't mind about him. Just ignore him. ما افتح له خالص، خليه يتكلم. Time will come. You don't have to follow him and say, oh, والله no, don't, never even promise. لأنه أي زول السلاح دي بيعرفوا هسي لو نازل بيخافوا بيشيلوا من إيكواتوريا سكين، معناه شنو الكلام؟ معناه سكين بتاع البيت بيشيلوا منه، وما تقدرين يشوفوك أنك تكون عندك حاجة، أنك تجيب لحالك. What do you expect is that? It tells you beyond reasonable doubt أنه نازل وهم خايفين من نازل. قالوا إيكواتوريا يجيبنا. Trust me. أنا كان جاب عندي بيشيل من سكين say, is that right? Just the knife, the food knife, that kitchen knife, you'll just take it out of me. What do you say? And then you'll call me coward. Is that what coward is? It will end up chance. You are really lucky.
بس ده نذكرهم
زول ده اللي هو كير رجيم ده is really lucky. هو lucky لأنه شنو يعني هم they have taken the Equatorians by granted. تعرف كيف شالوا منهم أسلحة بتاعهم disarm them in smoothly in a way that they weren't expect. عشان كده زي ما قلت لك قال ما تاخد صدرك كله وتقول ده أخوك زول أنت aligned you somebody whom you were once alliance with him. You shouldn't just say okay, come up and say, oh okay, it's my brother, give him 100%. No, sometimes you need to question yourself. From his behavior, from his character, you should be very careful. يعني نازل أنا بقول لهم عزوز لأنه جماعة دي عملوا غلط. مجموعات اللي كانت القيادات الموجودة هناك كانوا ناس بغض النظر طبعا زي واني قالوا ما عنده كان جيش، لكن مجموعة زي منو اسمه زول ده خلي جا حبسوا كان جانا في جا وقام رجع هناك. عارف كيف؟ مجموعات اللي كان عندهم أسلحة لادوغوري
او لادوغوري يا
لادوغوري
متابع لايو لكن
well somehow قال دي ناس كان عندهم arms وبعدين ناس كلام واني ومجموعات دي وبدك those people are supposed to push those people على اساس انه لازم نكون عندنا قوه إيكواتوريا. مشكله بتاعنا ما انتهينا معاكم، مشكله بتاعنا معلق. عارف كيف؟ مشكله الدينكا وإيكواتوريا طبعا من جاء في راس إيكواتوريا، مع انه الجنوبيين كان كله قالوا كلام الدينكا قاعد يعمل في جنوب السودان في 1972 من 1972 until رئاسه سلاجو 1987 probably وقت داك ده it was not fair. Nazil كانوا مهيمنين they are taking the entire government the way how it is. They structure themselves. all the spokesman will be Dinka في خزينة كله Dinka وما بعرف فين وزارات وحاجات بالشكل ده. So people بتاع South Sudan want alliance by then. The alliance and says that is wrong. So then comes the redivisions. Okay, redivisions. أنه كل زول يمشي في respective area بتاعه وبعد ده كل زول يدير أموره. By then إيكواتوريا كان عنده arm بتاعه، عنده جيش القوات العسكرية بتاعه. إيكواتوريا كان عنده البوليس بتاعه كله. إيكواتوريا ماسكين في كل المناطق بتاعت إيكواتوريا. النقاط districts, forces, all these were being held by Equatorians. So as well, the Upper Nile, you could see people of Bahr Ghazal were also holding their, they were also having their, military units. وعندهم كمان في نفس الوقت البوليس they were under them سجون. That was how it is, and that was how things were going even during the Jalaba time. That was the things. كان في إيكواتوريا مثلا كتيبة بتاعت إيكواتوريا اللي هو القيادة العامة بتاعت إيكواتوريا، القيادة العامة. وعندنا كان في قيادة العامة في بحر الغزال وقيادة عامة في ملكال. So peace was there. أي زول كان وسفين peace. كان بيجي إيكواتوريان بيمشي في بحر الغزال وبيمشي 2 3 بيزوروا محل داك وبيدوم الفرصة بيقعدوا كضيف. Stay if they wanted to stay for a while they can stay, making sure that their hometown is Equatoria. If at all they wanted to make investment or higher particular day, they will do it in Equatoria mostly. That was how things were going. So imagine Nazil, they came and turned the table. They turned it upside down. And what kind of hukuma? This is not a government. أي حكومة ده؟ الحكومة ما شافوا كانوا كير اللي كان معاي فوق الجلابة ده لما هو كان قاعد يشاف الجلابة ده ما كان شاف. إذا ما كان شاف ناس كير اللي كان ما شافوا البلد ده كان كيف شكله؟ كان في احترام بين الناس. Ita Denkao, Ita Noirao, Ita Kanjit for Equatoria, Equatoria belong to Equatorians. And when I go to Bahr al-Ghazal, I know Bahr al-Ghazal belong to Bahr al-Ghazalians. Nobody will go and mess up and so. The chances بتاعك is you can be tajir, ممكن تفتح دكان وحاجة بالشكل ده. That is what it is. Denkao كان بيجيب كانوا عنده بقرات بتاعهم في بور محلات ديل بيجيبوا في Equatoria عشان for business purpose, and then they will go back to their respective area. Today they mess it up. The way what they claim to be Galude country, new country. No, that is not a country. What we are in today, the jungle. This is a jungle. Bagara, I've never heard of once upon a time, Anu Bagara Biji fi Juba Biji believe. No, we didn't see that. Can they ask him a take? Bagara, come on. For those who have been in Europe, don't you see how the farms are? كان عندك بقر انت بتحطه في محل بيحطه فوق fence. بقر has to be there in an orderly way. لأنه بقر the more قاعد يموف كمان فيه أمراض قاعد يجي لبقر. هذه الأمراض بيصيب الإنسان. Things have been well organized. Those of Kir have taken us to backward, the Stone Ages. If not Middle Ages, where people are just ما بيعرفوا شنو. Today we في عصر بتاع technology, where things has to be in an orderly way. بقر ما المفروض يمشي في الشارع العام. يلا انتوا بتعملوا هايجيك ديل واحد كله بقر ما معروف مسروقه ذاته ما بعرف داخل في المنطقه دي كيف. Yala galu fi governance. What kind of governance do we have? A governor should have a power over his state, can be a state. The governor should have all this special force behind him, which is a police force, should have been under the leadership of the governor. All these structures, we have seen it. Kirre is still behaving like when he was in a bush. This is not any longer a bush, my dear. Let us think about that. This is not any longer a bush. It should have been more better than that. With all those who have said they have got education, US recently, as we have seen them, we observed them in 2011, 2001, to this day, who claim one a doctor, one a kaza. Come on. Where is that mind? We don't mind that. Where is this mindset? What have you learned? Is the structure of the country out there? To this day, we still IDP, when Kir will start moving all those people in, the simple thing is that you should the DPS you're not allowing Equatoria to farm. Why? That is why there is a disaster. And I'm not even can win. أغلب المجاعات كان بيجا وين في على النيل منطقة بتاعت على النيل بصفة خاصة. عرفت كيف؟ لكن بحر الغزال كانوا ناس بيزرعوا. هم قاعدين farmers, they can farm and everything. The most people who they are not really active. When they like to be idols, they are the ناس that على النيل. ما بيزرعوا خالص. بيعتمد على السمك وعلى البقر وكذا. That's what it is. But despite that, أنت ما داير تزرع يا أخي ارجع في المنطقة بتاعك. Go to your place. Go and farm your place. Go do something. Today, all these organizations are working to your side. None of them are in Equatoria. We're no Equatoria. People of Equatoria have just pushed them out. They are now suffering. هم عايشين. هسه تقولي لما يجي مساعدات بتاعت الإعانات ده مساعدات الدولية ده all these assistance, if it comes to you, and then it's you who are going to hijack it. Oh, nasa sana tabani. Those Equatorian ما بيشوفوا حاجة.
بس ما قلت ده كسل بس.
Media wise, they will not let media go to Equatoria. They have killed the Americans, journalists. Remember that? Really, things are changing. I wish you would have been during that Idi Amin time. Kan beleda kan gam, kan agis mu jenu Sudan de ajel nas mo gada jenu Sudan de gam. Yala kirre kan ina wallahi kan sagok juwa, shufta kan kabkabokum fi daqiqtain ودخلوكم جوا بدون اي تحرك. الليله المجرم عاوز عشان يحكم، انت تقتل وتزني وتعمل وتحكم ناس. That is not fair. ليه في عالم ده؟ حتى لو دي بقى دوله بعدين هيكون دوله بهذا الشكل ده. انت قاسك الزول الجاي وراك ده كمان يكون شكلك زي ده كمان؟ بيقتل ويعمل ويسرق ويعمل اي حاجه يلا يخطوا في حكومه. No, this is not the government. This is not the dream that we are dreaming. That's why as Equatorians we're saying leave us alone. Leave us alone, please. Where is the resources? The most huge resources they win. Let us go. Let us compare the three regions. We are in the resources. عندنا ذهب وعندنا يورانيوم تغنوا وانت هناك ما قادر تزرع. انت هناك قاعد في مويه. لما مويه دي قالوا والله فيضانات ما انا شفت الدنكا عمري كله حياتي كله من انا صغير انا شفت الدنكا ده كله حياتهم قاعدين في مويه بس. You were surviving. So today you can't survive. Today you can go and cry to the Europeans, oh wallahi disaster, nationalism. That is nonsense. This has been our nature. It is quite easy. You might have seen Japan, في Asia, people are living in water. من بيستبلش حاجات ومن عملوا بيعيشوا في أمن وأمان. Why wouldn't we have this life? ليه ما عندنا روح ده؟ ليه ما عندنا روح ده في ذلك البلد؟ ليه ما عندنا روح التعاون الإخوة أن تقاسموا الحقائق السلطات ده؟ سلطة ده كله للدينكا. ليه؟ يلا تقول لا ده ما حكومة الدينكا ما يكتور الناس كله في جوينا كذاب ساكن الناس. People are there without voice. ما في صوت. أي نوع من الحكومة أنا أكون ما عندي صوت. ما نفس الحاجة جلابة كان عملوا فوقهم. لما كنتوا قاعد كوركو هناك كانوا جلابا استعبدوكم ويداك ما كان ده شنو ده؟ هل يعقل؟ انت الليله جيت انت يعني احنا المفروض نكون فخورين بعناصر زيكم ديل ناس هربوا من اجلنا وقدموا روحهم وناس ماتوا وكان نخدكم على راسنا. لكن وين روح ده؟ روح ده الشر. يمكن دم كان ناس انتوا قتلتوه ده بقى كتير فوقكم، لكن لا، حتى لو دم الناس زي كله فوقي في النهايه جنة تاي صغير جنة ده الاطفال بتاعي انا قاعد اشوفهم ده لازم اساويهم. جرى ما قدر يوحد الناس الجنوبيين. They're supposed to play the role of uniting the Genovese, the entire country. Those people today, it's unfortunate. تفشلت الطمع وتر ما جمع. You can play it, but the day will come. We will pray for that day. We will pray for that day. Despite it, عملت فينا الكفاية. Today we can't make it home. لأنه شنو؟ Just only for what? لأنه كل سلاح في يدك. كل حكومة في يدك تشكله زي كشتينة. عاوز تشيل كشتينة دي من هنا تدخله هنا ممكن تعمل. You know, that is not fair, my dear. Time is out. Your time is out. Soon enough, Vita will leave this world. Have a legacy. خد لنفسك، خلي تكون عندك كرامة. ناس يذكروك في يوم من الأيام. أنه الراجل ده راجل ممتاز وأنه عنده قدر يقدم خدمة لأهله. لكن هيوصفوك بشنو بعد بكرة. يعني للأسف مع أطفالك ما حيعيشوا. أطفالك أنت بتجيبوا ما سايشون ده ممكن ما يمشي في شارع ناس بيطوفوا عليهم بوزاك وبيعملوا لهم قلع يا ولد كان أبوه كذا وكذا. Is that good for you, my dear? I'm not talking about Kir alone. أي زول هسي الليلة موجود مع كير ده في النظام بتاعه ده. Those who are under him, messing the country, killing, you know, hijacking يعني كل ريسورس اللي في يدكم تسرقوا وتعملوا الليل وتقعد تغتصبوا بنات الناس والاطفال والابرياء تقتلوا وتعملوا حرام. يوم من الايام حاجات دي. You know, you may leave this world, but that is not the end. Remember, it's going to follow your children. It's going to follow your people. It's going to follow your clients, your community. You know, بيكون عار بعدين بفضيحة. But people have to change. People need to change. If indeed Equatoria got to go, leave us alone. You should leave us alone. You shouldn't hijack and say no. لا يا أخي ما أدري إن Equatoria ما ينفصل. أن واحد، أن الناس واحد. We're not one people. Identity wise, we're not one people. أن Equatorians. Equatoria is identity. بعدين في ناس قاعد يقولوا أن Equatoria وما بعرف كلماته تقوم الحش عن Equatoria دول الفترة أنا قاعد أسمعه ده كلام حش ساكت. Equatoria has been there قبل ما يلدوه. I understand it's the equator. عارف كيف؟ الخط الاستواء. لكن هل خط الاستواء ده شنو؟ هلا ما أنا واقف في خط الاستواء. زي ما قالوا يقولوا شرق أفريقيا. بيقولوا Middle East. What does it mean here? You know, when you say Middle East, what does it mean? أنا في شرق أفريقيا. Yeah. East African Equatoria. Why? What is wrong on that? So that is what it is. That is our country. That is our identity. لأنه last time you hijacked it. No. Equatorian is Genovese. Yes, we're not Genovese. Then why don't you get the hell out of Equatoria? Why don't you get out of Equatoria? Leave us alone. Equatoria, they're Equatorians. It's not for Genovese. العاصمة ده لازم يزح. If you give to العاصمة, it's become like شنو الخطة اللي عملوها دي.
The Trojan horse. The
Trojan horse. يلا الناس اللي يتدفقوا فوق خلاص من لعبوها. بيجي بس داخلين في الهورس ده يلا بعدين توزعوا لإيكاتوريا. No, we will not give you that time. Our people are suffering, but I stand with my people. For those who are suffering in the camps and everywhere in the world, guys, let us come together. Let us come together in action, not come together, not necessarily national. Let us come together in action and rescue our country. Our rescue, put Equatoria back to its structure, real structure, as a servant. And if case, during the married period, you know, we know how things were running. And that was what it is. That was how our structure is. Go back to square one, and then we start from there. لما كل زول يشوف نفسه And كل زول بيحترم الثاني. When we respect each other, then there will come a time of what? Unification. But at this time around, there's no need for unification. Then we have bad elements in the house. We have bad elements in the house. It's not only Kir. Imagine Kir have created hundreds of Kir. As of today, there is hundreds of Kir in South Sudan. Kulu Denkawi, that is man Nanu Ikun Kir. You remember this guy who's running around clubhouse? I'm a candidate for president and a Republican. You heard that, gentlemen?
يا ولسه قاعد يعمل كامبين ده.
So what does it tell you? It tells you, for those who are dreaming, okay, let's take Kira out and then, things will work out. No, it's not going to work out. In this clubhouse, we have some challenges. Some people who are, always going up for us. They will go and open their rooms, start, Equatorian, those people. So the matter is not this Kira, let's share together. واحد ممكن يجي في كيرة بصلعة بيجي في كيرة عنده كمان طرطور بتاعه ده أبو ريش بيجي كمان تبادينكا. All this will come. So are we going to hold that? No, they're not going to hold that forever. But Equatoria, for our future, for our children's future, listen to us carefully. Listen to the voice of the nationalists, those who are calling for Equatoria as a sovereignty. And I remember I came across a British guy once upon a time, some group of British women, when they listen, when we tell them about the history, the lady went on to tell me that, without your history resembling ours, Irish, located that plus national islands. قالوا مشكلة بتاعنا مطابق بالضبط, exactly like that. Today, this history is going on. And now we thought when we move out of Jalaba, and Nukuna Khalas were good, Tarawe and Pila Seninja and take over. It is wrong. It is wrong. It is not fair. It's unhumane. Taktul Akfal, Yala Tukala Falcom Bego out where dark. No. Bijum Karisa. As long as you take a Taktul Akfal Taho, Bukra Bad Bukra, Rabana Biakis Ali. They will come when we'll see your children also dying.
مثال خرطوم بس شوف خرطوم ولا بعد ما قتلوا الجنوبيين بكم واستوائيين بكم يا هسه الحرب ده النار ده رجالهم في بيتهم.
Thank you. قالوا من حفر حفرة لأخيه وقع فيه. Whoever dig a hole to his brother will fall on it. And this is exactly what had happened in Khartoum. In Khartoum, we have never been, يعني ما دونا حقنا. But we can guarantee our rights. In the state, ناس قالوا فور ياو هناك يدوم حقهم. هم يعملوا لهم genocide يلا جنوبيين. Imagine, هم قاعد يغنوا 2 million. They kept on singing these songs. 2 million جنوبيين 2 million. Yeah, it means سنة 80. Since 80s until 2000 please. يلا فوق ده كله قال خلاص يعني probably.
رواندا كان 1 year مش؟
Yeah.
اللي عمل 1 million genocide ولا كم؟
Rwanda, yes. 1994. Terrible genocide plan. يعني imagine ما أغنيتهم ده كله. They didn't Rwanda. We are supposed to be given what is that? Restitution. عارف كيف؟ Our people are supposed to be given restitution لذلك. لكن no. قال لا نازل ما عندك حاجة خلاص إنتوا قبلتوا استقلال. You become free. خلاص you go. And then they forget us. Imagine. Like him, God of the host will not be silent. Thanks be to God. God will not. God is watching every one of us. For that reason, that is why today, what is going on in Khartoum, we don't have to say something about it. But as says Jesus, Alindu ears will hear, whoever have an entail will understand what does it means, what does the crisis in Khartoum and the war between the Luo and Majmua at Asakirda. It is clear. It tells us beyond reasonable doubt that you may do harm. You may harm the poor. You may harm the disabled. You may harm somebody who is incapable to do something, who is powerless. But a day will come for you. There's no doubt. A day will come. يعني هسي the matter يعمل implementation قالوا implementation بتاعت agreement. This agreement is odd, my dear. And I come for those Equatorian who says this agreement is fair enough, that if it got implemented, we will be relieved. We will not be relieved. By the time I'm implementing all these things, Equatoria will still be behind the bus. في receiving end, we still become behind the little bus. Why do I say that? Equatoria, do we have army among those arms as a militias there? Do we have militia? No. Inside Juba that can protect our civilians, populations? Mafi. In the rural areas? Mafi. Now who's moving around there? One militia, one element or two element militia. Denka unwer. يعني denka unwer de خلاص بيجنا تحت رحمة بتاعهم. Why? Is that fair? That's not fair. عشان كده agreement ده فيه أخطاء كتير. يعني imagine the agreement have given SPLA, which is Dinka movement, مدينه probably 51% or 60. يلا مدين نوير 30. Now what remain here? 10 ده مدين شنو 5. عارف كيف؟ 5 وظائف. عندك قال له إيكواتوريا هناك بيقول كمان ده إنه شنو multi parties بدون 5. Is that fair? When Equatoria حجم بتاعت القبائل بتاعت Equatoria, the community tribes of Equatoria, what is Equatoria after all? It's a multi communities, linguistically and everything. So is that fair? You have to give him 5 positions بس هنا في محل 5 out of 100. Man, that is ridiculous. Anyway, that's the country. That is the place where we call it a country. To this day, this government is not a legal government. The government Asabat. People who have hijacked the government of the people, they have been given 5 years as interim period to finish and give up the government to the people. Unfortunately, we could see them taking it over, creating some tactics so that now الحاجات الماشية دي كله الخطط بتاعهم, how they had to plan it. Oh, let's do it this way, so that people will make it this way, so that they reach their goal. Exactly, that's what is going on. It is shameful for us Equatorian guys. So yet Equatorians analysts are watching. هاي تبقى كويس خليه وطبقه. انت ما عندك فوق وهاي يا اخويا. انت بتطلع بقدر القفه ما عندك شيء. ما عندك شيء بالمره. يعني even can if we were to implement this agreement, 100% Equatoria will have nothing. Not only Equatoria, but as well as non-Equatorians في Upper Nile Bahr al-Ghazal. Those small tribes, they will have nothing as well. As long as Dinka, أسباب تاع دينكا يا موجود في الخارجية في جيش هم ياو في رئاسة هم ياو كان ما دينكا نويراوي كان ما that is what it is. So today they are calling Nuer as Mashar Galu oppositions. What kind of opposition is that? That is really what shocked me. Opposition they become كيف يجد إنت في حكومة تقول إنت opposition? That is ridiculous. ما يور برلمان كمان كحزب سياسي قال لي oppositions. That is not oppositions. فإيماجن لعبة ده كيف يلا هنا باقدنا هنا مقفلين هنا وقبل الناس. But we're not stupid. And am I stupid? We're wise enough. We are looking at all that deaths you're doing, all that bad stuff you're doing, observing, hoping that, a day will come. When that day comes, that is the time when we'll put everyone in his place. Most of all, Equatoria has to go. We will make it go. We will make it go sooner or later, by God will. We will make it go. I understand you have created havoc among the people of Equatoria today, as long as you are in Equatoria. That's why the first point was supposed to be, Equatorian was supposed to concentrate, first of all, لموضوع العاصمة ده. This capital city has to be removed من Equatoria, or else the three regions, former capitals, has to be three capitals. Nazikulu, everyone has to be. It has to be a political capital. ما موضوع بتاعت أنه الناس كله يجي من قرية قال أنا ماشي عاصمة. No. لما الناس ماشي في خرطوم, when people moved to Khartoum, it was what? It was during the disaster, that civil war. Other than that, before that, there was what's called Kasha. لما الناس يجوا في خرطوم كتير, they established a law أنه اسمه قانون الحكومات المحلية. Local area, laws. That law was implemented. تعرف كيف كل الناس يقومون كان في شنو؟ كانوا يقوموا مع ناس أهالي اللي بدهم في قرى بتاعهم. يعني أي زول جاء في عاصمة بقول لك أنت من وين جاي من هناك رجعوك. What's called Kasha, known as Kasha في السودان زمان. They had to do it. So lucky enough لما البلد خلاص بقى حرب دخل شديد وجلابه دخل فوقه مجموعات كله ناس نوبة والفور وجماعة اللي دخلوا فوقه. And then there was a mess up. That's why you could see a number of people was in Khartoum from rural areas where we're staying in the slums في محلات زي حجوش ومزابل. Other than that, لأنه خلاص, it has become disorderly. It has become a disorderly way. That is the time when people like Turabi decide to come up with a plan and okay, let them go. Let's push them out. Let them get out of this country. Whoever wanted to go out, let them go. Just open the way for them. But then, there was no chance. أنا كان لما تكون في السودان هناك ما كان بدوك عشان تطلع برا كله. تطلع برا هناك, you have to be colored. يعني لونك, color, people of color. البداية, those who claim to be Arab, الملخبطين ده. They are the only one who used to go out. That is why, surprisingly, in the 80s, when people began, when our people were being allowed to move out of the country, when they went to countries like Middle Eastern countries and all that, they were shocked, those people. The Arabs were shocked. Those Arabs in the Middle East were shocked. When you tell them that I'm Sudanese, then they were shocked. They say, oh, the Sudanese, they say, is there any black Sudanese like you guys? Yeah, imagine that tactics. So this is a setback, guys. This is a sad history that we have been living by the time. Today, Dinka are playing it, And when you call them Dinka, oh, don't generalize. My dear, if 2 or 3, if there are 10, let us say 10 out of 100, if they began to do that things, what do you think? Will you call them a people or individuals? No. Generalizations has to be based on the group. You are a group. When you're doing something bad, if one individual were to do something bad, he will be pointed to. Like I've said, it is not Kir who is the problem today. It's not Kir. There are more many Kirs behind. This guy has already planted seeds down there. That seeds, once this gentleman went out, once he left the world, whatever the reason is, or he will not resign, of course. He's going, based on what he has said, he's going to die on the share, like his former boss. So whatever the reason is, Kirdeina. So Manu Hemanu Kirde, that is the only Kir. And Kirde Far Kalazaya Jak Pasha. Zolibana Yuzur through a young council of elders, we have seen it. And those elements with our young council of elders, who are they? They are the same elements Kanga Dishtagolo Majalaba. They are those who are working for Jalaba by the time. In a similar way, how those Equatorians today are aligned with them. You have to be a loyalty. People of loyalty, you have to be loyal to them. Unless you're loyal, they will consider you. But if you become like Callisto, of whom we are now talking about, then you'll be targeted. That was how it is. So most of those young council of elders, women Asasan Kanu Nasal Mozafin, Those are the parliamentarians, that's parliament which are Khartoum, and those who were there as ministers. Remember, many Equatorians by the time, they dislike to associate with Jalaba. When they are given forces, they have specific forces they used to give them. The Sarwa al-Hayawaniya, when the labor office and Minister of Kaza, there are some odd ministers. So the only people who used to jump to it right away, when they like it, they always there. That's why many of them were there, you could say. With exception with one individual, of whom I was proud of, Aliwa Yawin, Kan Mohami, Aliwa lawyer. That guy was really very strong, He was outspoken. He was in parliament, Sudan parliament. He used to speak. So that was the only, you could see one or two elements. But majority of them are the yes men who are always associating with Jalaba. Whatever Jalaba says, they do it. Also, you have Yukwan, one of the strongest also, somebody whom you can be proud of. I remember when incident happened in Malakal, where some Equatorians, some Southern Sudanese got killed in a farm, when Christmas issues based on Christmas holidays. That was when that guy went on standing. Later on, Jalaba managed to call us to kill him. Those are there are some too. Like in majority of them, they used to call them Jalin. That's why today they are now playing the role of Jalaba. They are masters against us, the people of Equatoria. The question that someone may raise is that why wouldn't we go for South Sudan? If at all that will be the question. The reason why we wouldn't do is that today, as you can see, those who are playing these dirty games, where are they from? Representing in representations in the representative Adinka Unwer. That is why there's no trust between us. We leave alone the ongoing things, the ongoing situations in the country. نازل كله جو في جوبا بده يشيلوا أراضي بتاعت ناس بدل ما يحترموا الناس. يعمل يقتلوا ويحاول يقلعوا الأراضي حتى المدافن, the death, the graves بتاعت الناس الماتوا. Still they can take it and all that kind of things. Those are the kind of odd things. Particularly when they began, you have to take someone's land and say, oh, okay, that's mine. Using government, misusing the force of the regime, the government. If we are to be supposedly your government, you're not the government. To this day, it's still to transition by force. It's to transitional to these days. Interim government, we're still interim government. This is the longest interim government in the world we're living in. Imagine. That is shameful. That's why you're not legal. With this 2018 agreement, simply you're not legal. Because after all, who drew this agreement? The Kiro Masha. As rebels. You're supposed to lay down your guns so that we could form what so-called Hajaismo government of the people. How the people armed force. Then by then, Kuluzol Bimchi for respective area of town, then we go from there. But will you accept that? No, you will not. Liano, your intention is looting, killing, destroying, building what you call nation with Adenka. We know it. We have come across your secret deals. Everything is now open in this era of internet, where the world has become a village. There's nothing that to be hid any longer. So we know what's your motive. So it is sad to have people like Callisto who spoke on behalf of these people, who began to speak out. Instead, you should have addressed this issue. The wise would have said, okay, Callisto, call your people. Come on, let's talk and talk about this issue at a land. Let's see how we can resolve it. What do you want? So you could have settled it in an easy way. The gentleman have come with an idea by the time he was a mayor. He was trying to reorganize and put everything in order. Yet you don't want it. We know why. We know why Dinka don't want it. Yes, we know. So that you can go on with your dirty kind of tactics of occupations. So that when you reach your level, when you reach that goal, and then by that time probably you'll think of what, okay, Kerena's the Kalisu AG should be built up this country. No, we're not going to accept that. We will always stand. We'll stand with people like Callisto, those whom we have jailed them, we have thrown them to Mahaldinas who Blue House, which was once White House and all that. We will always stand with them. We know how many we have killed. The day will come when we'll go one by one. We will go. All these secret of yours, I'll get to Amal today, will be discovered. We'll find it out. We'll dig it. People will dig it and bring it up. And that will be, by that day, that will be a shame for you guys that you have destroyed this country. You have put us, now we are not any longer other than enemies. We are not any longer, there's no any trust between us any longer. That is why the best way for us today, rather than tomorrow, that everyone of us is to go aside. If you Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal, if you choose to be a part, what's called South Sudan, go. Leave us alone as Equatorian. That is the simple questions. That's why I could urge those Equatorial MPs who have been under MPs with that young Dinka regime. If I told these Equatorians, let them speak out. Like those guys, the earlier days who came up and spoke. Then later they got silence. I don't know where about are they. Those who spoke about the Eastern Equatoria in general.
Best then to remind you, because we've been here just to make sure that if you can brief, I know down the timing.
Well, I'll give you a chance.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Continue.
is Didi there?
So
Yeah.
let the first.
Well,
Didi,
I imagine they silent them, So I'm urging those guys, the MPs, to speak out. You need to speak out as a group. Bring out a letter. Write a letter and let everyone sign, and then present it to those guys. I know the land is most, that is our most concern. Land and our people. Our people should come back to their areas. Most of all, let ask about security of Equatoria. Security of Equatoria. We won't have a security unless Equatoria has their own battalions, as well as police. And police, prison guards, and all that kind of things. Unless Equatoria have that, there will be no peace. There will be no peace at all. There will be no country. That country will not stand. Because after all, soon enough, Equatoria people are going to stand. I know it took such a while. It took us a time. But they will come. Irrespective of what you're doing today, trying to twist things. But they will come. Our days are coming. Our days are numbers today. We will work it out as people, whatever it takes. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
All right.
Is it around or not?
Yes. Yeah, because I suppose we're supposed to make an hour, but it's okay. You spoke your points. Net Didi to finalize with everything. Take your time, Didi. Speak whatever you want to say. I appreciate it. المهم إيكاتوريا شدوا حيلكم وكونوا ناس واعيين ما تكونوا عبيد. Because some of you wanted to be slaves to people who were slave once, to the Arabs اللي شغالين كان خدم في جوا بيت عرب لما في برلمان زي ما انت منشن في تانيين شغالين برلمان. عشان كده ذاته بيأكد لي حركة شعبية كان تكوين تاع دينكا لسبب معين عشان يجي يحتلوا استوائية، وهم نجحوا هسه. هم بقى رجعوا طلعوا سلاطين تاع دينكا قاعدين قالوا مياو جين كانسل. لكن في يوم بيجي عجايز ده كان شفتها كان استوائية استردوا باك كإيكاتوريان. والله شفت شنقوم زي زي ما كان شنقوا ناس ناتسيين في وقت القاء القبض على او اسمه شنو ده allies occupation to Germany based on removing Hitler. هيحصل، مش يقول لي عجوز لا يتشنق زي اي مجرم لانهم بيستحقوا. go ahead Didi.
Yeah, thank you. Greetings to you guys, Lodero and Khadija and everybody that's down here. I just wanted to ask a question that is there any updates about Callisto?
Yes, there is a report which is not confirmed, but someone who told me it sounds very sure that Callisto is, condition, he was abused badly, beaten. Seems that he'd been released, but they said he's released to a high official, like a big guy in the government, to be in his house. But I don't know if it's true. So we just pray that he's still, okay, because the most important is we need to know where he is, and he need to be released. Not only just where he is, he need to be released back to his family, where they took him from. They need to return him back to where they took him from, his house. But unfortunately, هم قاعدين يقولوا قال يا أخي الزول ده فكوه في مكان كده. وطبعا في دعايات كتير ناس ديل حتى هم بنفسهم قال فكوه، لكن أنا قاعد doubt he's been released because ما ممكن يكون released ده سري ليه. Why؟ ده ذاته بنفسه بيكون a question mark. Release him to somebody else, into someone of a high rank in the government to be in his house. That don't make sense. عشان كده أنا قلت is not confirmed and I don't believe it's true. لكن شنو لازم ناس ما يسكتوا. يعني الشعب، أنا ما قاعد نقول ناس كهناي، الشعب الاستوائي ما يسكت. لازم كل المجموعات الاستوائيين يقوموا ويتكلموا عن قضية استوائية، قضية بتاع زول ده اسمه كاليستو، وباقي الناس اللي كمان اعتقلوهم، لأنه في شباب كتير من كل المناطق الاستوائية قاعدين يعتقلوهم اعتقالات، وللأسف منهم تانيين قاعدين يلقوهم مقتولين. بعد ما يعتقلوهم بيقتلوهم يلا بيدعوهم برا. يعني they throw them like animals after they murder them and butcher them. So but yeah, about Callisto, I don't believe it's accurate unless there is evidence that he's been released and there's people who visit him. But some people say that. But تعرف جنوبين كمان rumors كتير ده. You cannot trust it unless you have a factual evidence. So ده حاجة اللي أنا بس نقوله.
Okay. Yeah, I think unless people who are close to him or their relatives or something like that, that if this information came from them, then that will be maybe truth. But other than that, it's really, yeah, like you said, you're not sure yet. So we'll wait and see. And yeah, like both of you have said that people should keep on banging on this issue and not let it go like that, just to forget him like that, because he has really done what people have been asking, people have been complaining. He has been outspoken out. I think this will serve a little bit of a lesson to us Equatorians and to other people as well. Sometimes we think that if I can just which he has done really good, I wouldn't really take away from anything that he has done. That to open our eye that Callisto has served as an example that that these people are very impossible really to work with or to reconcile with. They're very, very impossible really. And the fact that they don't like the truth, they don't like people to work in reality and move the country forward. They want people to be stagnant in such situation. With the policies that they're giving and the conditions that they're dictating for people to be in a chaotic environment and stuff like that. It serves the purpose for us to know that even if you have to sit down, or even if you say that, okay, I want to make the change from inside, then you'll see Callisto was making such a wonderful, tremendous changes. But then he falls short as a victim he became a victim by the good deeds that he was doing. He was trying to prove that a capital city must be, shining in armor. It must be really organized well. It must stand for what it is, and there's no need for people to live there. Their provinces or their states or their villages or counties or areas or towns or cities just to come and squat in the capital cities, building, Rokubat in those little tukums or unwarranted, squat, or people squatting in the places, that governmental places or private places or what the community places that does not belong to them. That there's no need for that. I think this is something that even what Calypso was doing, the regime over there should have taken it as a positive move. They would have welcomed it if there were people that are really looking forward for change and development or looking for peace. They would have welcomed it and said that, okay, look, we have not started this. We didn't have these avenues. We didn't have these ideas. Or maybe if we have these ideas, but nobody was really ready to implement it. Like Kir used to say that, that he only hire people that who wants people that always who does corruptions, people who come to eat and work against the system and stuff like that. But there you go, you got people that are working, people who wants to work like Callisto, and then yet again, you turn your weapon against them. You kind of order to arrest and abuse them and stuff like that. Yet you will come out and speak out and say that we don't have people who wants to work. Callisto is an example of somebody who's working. He's really diligently doing his work. He was working really. So that shows us that, you see, it's impossible to to get in there and make the changes from within. And also the other thing is, when usually people talk around and people say that, oh look, you got this, you got Mr. Filan, you got Mr. Waniga, you got Mr. Who? Nabong, you got Bokosoro, you got what is the
Jadalla, Nas Benaida. Yeah,
all the
أسامي
people that,
تنازل كل المجرمين ده.
yes, thank you. So when people saying these things, these are actually arguments that are used to shut you down. That the truth, the matter, the truth is like, yes, the people are there, but then are they really doing anything, or are they really able to do anything if they want to do it? Will they be allowed to do? Like example of Callisto. Callisto was willing, he was able, he wanted, he had the will within him to do something. But was he allowed to do it? That's the question. Or was he put there to be a puppet? But then he was not really getting the message clear. He got the message wrong. He didn't got the right memo. He keep dismissing it. But he wants to do the right thing. You see? That's why the people, when Equatorian says that these people are not for us, they're not representing us, because their agendas were to accomplish, to implement, to fulfill, to commit the agenda of what is or what has been built already, what the regime has wanted it to be. So that's what the rest of the people are doing. And that you're not technically working for advancing the welfare of the people or the benefit of the people or advancing the country. The welfare of the country. No, you're not doing that. You're advancing a certain system that has been put over there, you see. So Callisto is really the perfect example that that we could see. And then followed by also rumors going on that that would be the same case, that probably that the governor that has been removed from Central Equatoria too, that ran into issues that also he has really dealt with some people, because of this squatting in governmental places and stuff like that. And then also he got fired at the same time. So, that regime is just kind of like mixing people around. They don't really want you to do the right thing. Right thing is not what they're looking for. Because when you're in a plan, it doesn't matter really whether somebody is doing something that is good or something that is right or something like that. But as long as that thing is not aligning with what you want, it's not aligning with the achievement that you want. And right now, those days, the things that Callisto was doing was not aligning really, And what they do is the Equatorians is like they kind of create a lot of misunderstanding between Equatorian, like they knock their heads together, they team them against each other, making sure that they stay divided, making sure that they hate each other, making sure that they trusted outside the modern Equatorians can trust themselves. That's why you see the Equatorians which are there, they're really useless. They cannot even help themselves. They cannot even help their people. That's why you see, if you look in Equatoria, why will Equatoria with all these resources, with all these minerals or gold that is over there, why there are not schools in Equatoria, proper school? Why there are not proper infrastructures in Equatoria? Why in those places which are outside, like you used to see East Equatoria, the amount of gold that East Equatoria is extracting out is extracted by the son of Equatoria himself from East Equatoria. But what is he doing with it? Is he benefiting the people? Is he benefiting the children of Equatoria? Are these people living really in this modern day, or they're living backwards really? And if you go to West Equatoria, over there, the same case, you see. Is West Equatoria really advancing ahead, or people are really going backwards? If you come to Central Equatoria, the same thing. Are they really moving forward, or people are going backwards? In fact, even in Equatoria, you see today within these 3 states, people are really walking away from themselves, from who they are, the identity, and people are embedding on a different identity. People are getting integrated into different identity that is not their identity really. You know, this is the one fear that is going on. You know, people have submerged themselves. You'll see a lot of people are not living as they're not proud to be Equatorians anymore. You know, people want to be accepted in the other cultures. You know, a culture of the people that is really oppressing them. That's what you see. If you see all across the social media, that's what is going on. You know, Equatorians are really, they're forgetting who they are. They lost hope. They are afraid. Because also the other thing is like, fear can do that to people. When people lose hope, when people could not see a solution, when people see, especially the people that they're supposed to look up to are confused people, and the people that are not straight. You know, today when you say A and tomorrow you're doing B, people cannot trust you. You see, people cannot trust you at all. And especially when today when you see somebody that's, for example, like in a home, for example, a structure in a home, when you see one of the parents is very abusive and very dominating and a very narcissistic parent that only project themselves fast, put themselves fast, the rest of the family will suffer certain traumas, you see, and then they'll be afraid. You see, there will be submissive to that abusive parent. And that's what happened in a structure, you know, of a family. Like a nation is basically like a family, because a nation starts by, from a little group of families to a bigger, you know, people make it a bigger family. So this is what is happening. Then you see, if it's the mother that is a narcissist or abusive, then the rest of the children and the father get to be abused, you see. And then they become all submissive under him. And then now the children don't get to respect the father, you know, because they all suffer this abuse. And if the father is the abusive one, then the children will now not respect the mother, and they'll be afraid of the father, and they'll act confused. Then you see some of the children that will act like, some will want to be so smart, you know, to gain the attention of the father. Some will be the, you know, the caricature, the funny people, you know, the funny one that wants to make people laugh. One will be, everybody will start getting their own different identities, you know, in the home. And then everything will be chaotic, you see. So, and then people will suffer this for, you know, generations to come. They will become the inheritance of this generation, this family, you know. People will not represent themselves well. People cannot even, that this is just something else. So this is what is happening to us Equatorians, you see. When you see the elder people, the grown people are not making sense, and when you see the people have submitted themselves under a power that abused them, you know, a power that is very dysfunctional from the beginning. Because why I describe this, because if you look at the people that are running the country today, if you go back to the history, these people walk out of They emerge out of a system that is very dysfunctional, a system that is very chaotic, a system that comes out of brutality, out of anarchy, tribal anarchy, a system that even clan and clan can get brutal on one another. A father in the house can be brutal against the children and the mother. The next tribe next to you also, it just is like it's very dysfunctional. And it's something that, there's no behavior regulation. There is no responsibility. There's no accountability. Nobody can be held accountable. Like if you see if a war takes place now in Upper Nile, if there is a conflict happening in Upper Nile, it does happen really very brutal. We all saw that very, very brutally. And one that does not even spare even a baby or a woman. We've seen a case of a woman that was in a car riding in the back of a truck, that she was breastfeeding a child, and she was bleeding all over, you see, and nobody really cared, you see. Nobody really cared. And then they live in an environment whereby today this group of tribe or group of people will come and invade this tribe, and they will kind of like enslave all this women and children from this family. They will take them, hijack them, kidnap them, and took them over there. Like in a second or in a split of a night, you will become somebody else's wife and somebody else's children. That's let alone a trauma and a chaotic, environment that there's so much that I live in, you see. And this create a behavior issue. That's why we see the things that these people do, they don't really care, you see, because you really been desensitized. Your senses are gone. You don't really care. That's why when you talk to them sometimes, it's not that they consciously, sometimes it's like they don't have the conscious there knowing, they're not knowing that really this is how they're responding to you. They think that they're making sense. That's why when you're talking to them, they're giving you other things. They're telling you this, they're projecting things towards you. They're saying, no, it's you. No, we all did this. We all, in their mind, they're not trying to hold themselves accountable. And they don't want to hold themselves accountable because they don't want to. It's not that they don't know that they have this behavioral issue, It's just that the fact that they've been around this circle of this trauma and this behavior for so long, they will never admit that they have done wrong. Because if their leader's not gonna admit it, if they what do you call it? The tribal community leader's not gonna admit it, then if I admit it, then I'll be in trouble. We've seen in the cases whereby if one of them will speak out the truth, and then the next day or the next room or the next time you will see them speaking flip-flop. They will change straight away. Then you know that this person has been put in a corner and they threatened him and they told him, don't speak like that, don't say that. So this is why we're living under this kind of situation, you see. And then we've seen in some cases whereby, like the report that we the last time Odysseus read in the room, that stated, I think that was that the report, or that was a different one that I think I read a year ago or something. It speaks about that was done by the UN. It talks about how the terrorism that is happening in South Sudan, for example, and the one that is taking place from region to region. This is well organized.
That was a year ago. The French report, UN, saying that the abuse of women and all that, and sex slave.
Yes. So it says that those things, even, the things that are happening all over, the chaotic situation that is happening all over the country, up and down, they say that this is well organized, starting up from from the system of the regime, trickle down to the security system, and then it being passed down to the community leaders. You see, the community leaders have been briefied what to do. So they brief them what to do. Sorry, English not my strength. So so they then take care of the younger people, around, that are running around while committing all this terror, this terrorism that is happening in the country. You see. So they tell them what to do, how to do it, and if you do not want to do it, then you'll be alienated, you'll be isolated, and then you'll be bullied, you'll be abused, you'll be subjected under all this kind of abuse that can happen to you, including rape, all these kind of things. Doesn't matter, whether you're an adult or a young man. So it's a must that you must have to act. That's why you see they desensitize themselves away from feelings, but they don't have feelings even to protect their own. That's why sometimes I remember I used to write some stuff saying that the saddest thing that can happen to us is like, the sudden thing today is to happen, to us is like for you to be pregnant and carry a son in your stomach as a woman, as a black woman, because or if you live in one of those countries, especially remember when they these people when these people were coming back, they what do you call it? Nasdel, the one you traveled last time, when we a year ago, Afghanistan. Yeah. So the saddest part, like, to be a woman and to know that you're carrying a child and knowing that you're carrying your enemy within you. That's the reality. That's the reality that a lot of women are waking up to today, and a lot of women are talking. Then you find out women are starting movements such as called 2B or 3B, something like that. So this is the most saddest part, because you're carrying your enemy. You will nurture this enemy. You will make sure you make everything in your life for this enemy to live, this child that you're bearing. But as soon as you bore this son out, he's the enemy of you and the enemy of your kind, which are the women, the children, the daughters. Tomorrow he turn around, abuse the other women. He will forget completely everything. And he will forget that you have protected him, you have saved his life, and you can actually take his life at any time that you want. It's easy to kill a man. It's not really difficult. It's not a rocket science. But it takes actually a strong mind, to not do that. But that's why the reason why example that I'm saying, like, look at somebody will wake up and treat a woman just like she's nobody. And this woman is his daughter. And this woman is his wife. Can you imagine? And this children's right now is his children's. But then he will pluck her eyes out, just because he wants to gain cows, or just because he wants to marry her off. And she doesn't want to, because she fully have the rights that she doesn't want to. She's a human being. Before you were created as a human being, you were born as free. You were born a baby to learn to live, to learn your freedom, to choose, to know the love of God, to know your freedom, your extent of what you want and what you don't want. Marriage is not a priority in life at all. Because when you come to marriage, it's something that willingly you give yourself to somebody, and you willingly, both of you, in submission of one another, to love one another, to live together, and to respect one another. But in the case in South Sudan, it's not the case. It's not the case at all. It's the case of you are a slave, and whereby the manhood of a man is justified by abusing a woman, not by being a man and being the leader and being the provider and being the light, being the everything, the spiritually, the leader and stuff, the godlike on earth. No, but being the representative of the devil on earth. That's what a man is in South Sudan. And this is why South Sudan is very chaotic. What is happening in South Sudan, I always described it as apocalypse. This is actually apocalypse, whereby the one horse brings death, the other one brings sickness, the other one brings hunger. And you see, when in Equatoria, when people are crying about cultivation, and we want to cultivate, the season of cultivation, then the horseman, one of the apocalypse horsemen, will come, will drive out the cows, the guns, everything, and come and kill people, and let their cows destroy the agriculture that the people have worked. And then when you talk about the horseman that bring death and sickness, then there is no good medical health system over there. You're left up to yourself. And even if there is a little hospital, there is no even development in that hospital, first of all. And they don't even like to see it. Very quickly, they will come and shoot people over there, and they will come and destroy it. Look in the Upper Nile. Every infrastructure that is there, every structure that was standing there during the days of the colony that was built, they destroyed it out. They will never want anything to stand. They will destroy it out. They just like things to be like that. You see? So if you look at this thing closely, it tells it all. Like, people don't have that, that capacity to love in South Sudan, or that capacity even to make sense out of anything good. These are the people today that we mingle together with. People that are dealing with behavioral issues, people that are dealing with accountability issues, people that are dealing with responsibility issues, people that are dealing with their traumatic events that had happened to them long history, long ago. If you look back, they started challenging each other. They started from clan to the whole tribe, from across from border to border. They will talk about ancient things that have happened. Then you, the Equatorian person, you didn't know it. You have no clue about it, and you don't know what they're talking about. And then when you look at now, they're sitting down. Even if you look at them sitting in Nairobi, there was not any issue of Equatoria to be brought over there. What can you be discussed about? You haven't waged a war. You haven't terrorized people. You haven't done anything. You haven't even waged a war against yourself yet, or waged a war against anybody that ran into your land. So what is it there for you to be talked about? Nothing. The only thing that can be seen in the case of Equatoria, that Equatoria have subjected themselves to abuse. And this is one thing that has been known. And then there is no further to be talked about. Because if you do not accept the abuse, then you will have to speak out against the abuse. Then you will have to come out, because nobody can speak on your behalf. You cannot send somebody else to go and speak on your behalf, because if that person goes there, they're going to talk about their own issues. They're going to represent them, because they will be questioning them about what they know. You can't talk about stuff that you don't know, and you can't talk about stuff. Nobody talks about stuff that they done to somebody else. Nobody can come up and say that, yes, while we're here, for example, Filan has done this, I've done that to this person. That's why we're in disagreement. And on top of that, we have abused Equatoria. We have moved in Equatoria. We have occupied Equatoria as well. And one of the issues that we're in war now, because we went because of 1982 or 83, they're never going to talk about that. And these are the things that the people that we're banking on. It's really unfair. If we look at it, it's really unfair how we have been treated and how we have subjected ourselves under. This is really unfair. But it takes us to get ourselves out of this. It takes us to say that enough of all these things that we have watched. So in me saying all these things, I'm just trying to give an example that these people have suffered multiple issues. We can go back and forth, and we can actually dissect. We can actually debunk. We can actually bring out histories. We can actually say that, because from this period to this period, this happened. From that period. But the bottom line that remains is that there is a behavioral issue with these people. These people have gone through certain things that it desensitized them from reality of life, from wanting to be a good people, from wanting to even admit that even the fact that, Haja every day I used to say that Figu must sala or Figu must pay. We all know that, not something that I'm saying it because I know it, but it's something that we do. We all know it as a human being. As soon as you go out there, if you're going up, you layer up stuff, you do stuff, you want to look good, you go out there, but you're not comfortable really. That's because that's not who you are. Every day at home, life is all about acting. You act out and you do stuff, and you walk out there differently. You represent yourself properly. At work you present yourself differently. In the interviews you present yourself. This is all acting. You see, because you can't carry who you are out there like that. So when you come back home, as soon as you get here from the door, you started removing your shoes, everything. You want to be free. You let it all out. You relax. So if you go must eat a fita tabet, or fita tatala, if you go must get a beta kitatala. These are the things here, but these people don't have that, because Itakala has a road, and ita robe ticket kita bed the bara, and sometimes the most deliberate things happen. Then you run into somebody that usually you never run into this person before in your life, especially for us women. Then it serves you so much embarrassment. You just ran out there because you didn't thought you would run into somebody. Then it serves you a lot of embarrassment. You see. So when he just thought that, oh yeah, I should have not come out like that. So, but these people don't have this kind of things. You see. Mon maindu no حاجات القال زولتا في behaviors ثاني ما behaviors you can display it with people that you don't know. وفي behaviors ثاني في tradition ثاني tradition ده كده بيت التطلع من فوق ده وبعدين في tradition ثاني يتكرمت مع زول ثاني then you're building something different. You want to be known different. You want to represent yourself different. Everything that you're starting here is a brand new. You want to be accountable. You want to be responsible with everything that you do, with every word that you say. You want to be, reliable. You want to be trusted. You want to give very good impression. You want to compete in a very healthy way. You want to compete in a way whereby you want to also export what you have, where you're coming from. Then you can also meet this person and also take from this person, and this person take from you, and then whereby you can all build up, and you can meet up and build up and grow all up, you see. But they don't have this kind of healthy thoughts. They don't have it. That's why I refer it that these people are suffering certain issues, long issues. That's why when people go for you draft a plan with them, like what Equatorians have believed, and Equatorians joined them and in 1983. Then when we came out of there, people came out of there, these people lost the plot completely, because what was put in front of people, as soon as they got power, they reversed people all the way back to 1982. It tells you what? It tells that these people have this weak behavior issue. And these people, as soon as they see something, they started fighting for it. And look how they will sit as hypocrites with people together. But then they will talk about, everybody will talk about how they don't like the regime. Everybody will talk about how they don't, things are not going well. But if you look at it, they're the one running the system. They're the one that forcing themselves to be in that failure system. And they failed us in 1982 when we came together. They failed us so miserably, and they're still yet failing us today. You see? So it doesn't ring a bell to them that in 1982 they failed us, and then it doesn't ring a bell to them that this will actually bring back all the wounds, all the hurts, all the pains in the past in 1982, and these people will feel as they've been used, and these people will feel pain. And these people will actually disconnect with us. And the fact that we met now for the first time, there are some of us that never knew these people before. But for the first time that we knowing their generations that never knew each other, we're not knowing each other in a right way. That's not the best way to know people. That's not the best way to integrate a country. A country that has been nations and kingdoms and stuff like that. That's not the best way to integrate people. The best way would have been everybody would have just stayed in their region, in their county, in their villages. One thing that I don't understand is why everybody must live in everybody's land. That's what I don't understand with these people. Even if you go to Upper Nile by itself, you see them fighting because of land. You find them want to live in Malakal, all of them.
They're not fighting for the land, they're fighting for power, domination. لأنه هم nomad. كل زول قاعد يفكر كانوا dominate the other group وبيقدر يتك زي انت قلت شفتها هم بيشيلوا نساوين تاع ناس تانيين they will claim them their wife. يعني حركات ايام بتاع الناس ايام بتاع الجاهليه في دول عربيه.
Yeah, but also when they get to that land, they don't leave the land, they take it. That's why today they're saying that they are fighting that, oh, Malakal belongs to me, Malakan belongs to you, I'm not leaving, leave out, get out. If they get to your place, just like what they do to Equatoria, they will never leave. They will assimilate you into themselves. They're not going. It's not like they come and they're going. That's why the people that chase them out completely from where they are dealt with them the way they dealt with them. And people that are very brutal, you see, the only way to deal with them is brutality at the same time. Because you really met a group of people that are so brutal. Like I remember when I used to watch, when last time I watched, you know, what is the movie? That movie, Outlander. I think I told you about that Outlander. I watched new Netflix.
No, but I seen it. It's actually Stars TV show, but I didn't like it. Yeah, I know you told me about how the Irish and all the other countries, the people were abused.
Yep. How the British how the British really abused the islanders. You see how they driven them out of their land, and they are even part of the people that have migrated to America now during the days of the past settlers. The Irish people, they're part of the people that have been driven out really from their own lands. And they really, like, they have a king, but the king really, they become weak, really. They don't have a say. They go there, they abuse them. And the way that they will deal with them, if you do something or you have a couple of people, the soldiers of the king or something that has fought against them and rebelled against them, they will catch you, they will put you up, tie your hand up, and they will cane you from morning min sabah la dashia. And because the Irish are not doing the same thing, so they kind of like they kind of like, we feel like it's okay, they're powerful, they grew powerful and powerful. But to the French people, they cannot do that to the French people. Actually, the French could mock them. They could not do that because the French people could do the same thing to them. So when you're dealing with people that are brutal, the last thing that you need to do is get on your knees and beg. The last thing that you need to do is say that we're brothers. The last thing you do is say that let's go and fight, thinking that if I go and fight with you, and then tomorrow we'll come back and sit as brothers. Hence, you know that this person was really brutal to you more than your other enemy, that he's driving you out there to go attack that enemy. So the reason why I'm saying that, if you look at, for example, we like to really say that the North government was really terrible. Yes, we agree. They were terrible. But wasn't it under the North government that Equatoria was actually thriving and developing? Wasn't it under them? Or was it under the Upper Nile regime? Or was it under the Upper Nile powers? And when the Upper Nile moved in Equatoria in 1982, didn't they abuse Equatoria so badly? And they took Equatorians' land and took Equatorians' chances, all ministerial job, they took it all. They were governing Equatoria. And then second, who rescued Equatoria out of their hand? The same enemy. So sometimes in life you have the worst enemy and the enemy. And then the next thing, Equatorians decided to betray the other enemy and go with the worst enemy that the other enemy saved Equatoria out of it, out of just fear, out of the speculation of 1 to 2 people, the reasoning of 1 to 2 people. This is how we reason always, Equatorians, even if we know this is wrong. But then we hear the loudest voice. We hear the weakest reasoning. The weakest reasoning and the loudest that forces that. Then that's what we go with. But we don't actually sit down and say that, no, especially younger people. When I'm talking about younger people, like, people that are actually really grown up and responsible, So we don't like to challenge systems. That's our issue. We like to act as if we're just still little kids. We don't want to talk. We want to be under other people. We like to see ourselves as if we are children while we are not children. That's why, hence, sometimes we cannot even reason well. We cannot even talk well. We cannot even defend ourselves, because we like to believe that we are children. We like to believe that we are young. We like to believe that we are youth when we are not youth. I always remind people, if you're a teenage years, it's like probably from 14 to 18. That's the end of teenage. And when you got 19, this is a youth. Youth, it starts from 19. You go all the way to 24. That's the end of youth. That's a universal thing that has been known even by the United High Commission. That's the thing that is known. Other than that, from 24 years, up to 24 years, you're a youth. But if you turn 25 years, you're not a youth anymore. You're a grown person. You have 25 years of experience on this earth. You have 2 decades and a half experience in this world. You're an adult. I don't know about certain people running around calling themselves youth. It's kind of people. It just is funny. It's just really funny. You know, you can't be an adult and then you call yourself a youth. That's really, and that's why we do not reason well. We want to see yourself suffer a little. This is our problem with Equatorian. We want to play as we want things to be given to us. You see, we want things to be done to us, and also we don't want to challenge the system, because you know why? I don't want to be seen as if I'm a rebellious. I don't want to see as if I'm a bad person. You know. But then that's why we do not go anywhere with that. The countries that actually we run into are the most countries that their people are challenging the system. Their people are wanting to know what you have for me. Their people want to participate. The voice of the people is very important, because power actually belongs to the people. That's why we go to school, to be trained, to be educated, to know our rights if we don't know our rights. But usually our rights, we're supposed to know them since the first, since we are conceived, since from the stomach, how our parents interact with us, how we come home. We were born, and how we get interacted with, how the things we see. Sometimes you realize the things that you were taught, or they realize the things that they were doing actually. It was actually teaching you something. It actually has something to do with what you're doing right now. You see, how they engage you into things, into finances and stuff like that. And you feel like they're bothering you sometimes. But then later on, you feel like, wow, they're really trying to teach you something, Because some things, it takes practical. Something has to be practical. When they take you excursions here and there, they're trying to get you to, to integrate you into how to behave in certain places, how to represent yourself among other people, how to look, out of where you are usually. Because as a person, as a child, you don't grow backwards. You're growing forward to be part of, strange people, strange world, strange other places, and how to interact with people, let alone you meet a strange person to be part of your life. So yeah, that's how you have to learn how to live with people. And you have to learn how to be accountable and be held accountable. But these people don't have that. This kind of experience, they don't have that. That's why in Equatoria, we'll find ourselves crying and saying that in Equatoria, we're very peaceful people. We like to cultivate. We like to, we're a church people. We're a church goer, because we're not believing in the Bible, because if we're not kidda, we like to give reasons. And then we'll go back, and then we'll start talking about, we were very strong people, we were very bright people, but look, in Anyanya 1, we did this, and stuff like that, we did this, but these are all past tense. These are past tense that are not going to do anything. They didn't do anything to us right now. I'm not discrediting it. Don't get me wrong, please, I beg. I'm not saying that it was not good, it was excellent. I respect it. But right now, it did not do anything to us right now. It's not doing anything to us. I meant, in a way, if we focus in only exaggerating these things, talking about these things, it's like you feel like if you make the loudest sound, then the enemy will run away. No, they're not running away, because Anyanya 1 was in the past. It's not like Anyanya 1 going to wake up and going to shoot them now or going to chase them away. No, it's not going to help. Neither 19 Munu is not going to help. What we have here is the practical things to deal with now. Is the practicality to deal with, to show that we can yield the fruit of Anyanya 1. We can be the same descendants of these people. How we can reflect the same things, you see. How we can even make it better. Because there is a genesis of something, and then that thing has to evolve. In life, there's always evolution. You have to evolve and become better. You cannot just be the same thing. You see, if you look at these people and their histories, those people who have become great nations and stuff like that, they have to evolve. They have to leave other things behind. They have histories where they came from. They have great people where they came from. But how they transform themselves, they look into their past. They look into their failure. They look into their success. But then they do something about it here. But then when you want to sit down and talk about it like this, then we will start raising up. We will start raising up things that are not helping us. Or maybe we'll start talking about our leaders over there, but yet we know that our leaders and all the people that we call our leaders down there, they're part of the regime. They're working for the regime. They are not your leaders. Because if they are your leaders, then Callisto will not be arrested. You and me are far here, and Callisto is there with them, but they cannot rescue Callisto. You see? They cannot rescue Callisto. Oh, they did not even stood in one line in accord with Callisto. Then how can you call these people your leaders? These are people who have brought these people there. And these are people that are watching these people killing your people, watching these people brutalizing our people. And actually not for free they are watching. They've been paid also watching. They've been paid high money while they're watching. They're living comfortable while they're watching. While our people are living in camps, our people will be chased and they'll be hiding in the bushes. These people, our children today are not having good schools. Our other places, back in villages and mahala that are not developed, people still will go out and squat out there in the bush for toilets in this 21st century. But we have assets in that country. Equatoria is very, very rich. If actually these people were to be held accountable that they should compensate Equatoria, I will say yes. Actually, they should be the one leading the revolution against Equatoria. If they have not sold Equatoria out, but if they have sold Equatoria out, then they will sit there comfortable. But if you do not sold your land and sold the people out, why are you sitting quiet? Especially if Governor Tani Hinaka outside, the capital city, في Governor Tani Hinaka في Tijada, وفي محلات تانيين فاضي هناك في Governor Tani Hinaka في Central Equatoria. Why are you guys not studying something? If these people are supposed to be held as leaders and accountable, then that's what they would have been doing. But they are very comfortable with these people because it tells you something really. It tells you something. That these people are not people you can rely on. These are not the people you call them, they are your leaders. If you have to do a revolution, if you have to change the situations of Equatoria, is to be looked into different people, different group of people. The actually people who are suffering, the younger people who are suffering. The generations of Equatorians who are wasting out there, out of frustration and stress, depression, drinking themselves to death. The ones who are sitting there feeling it's actually painful to sleep and wake up in that situation. To actually be reversed backwards. All the life that they have known before is washed away. Now they're living a totally different life, different identity. Like I say always, you wake up, you're hearing Kamanda Munu Munu, Kamanda Munu, things that do not identify itself by you. It doesn't resemble you. You cannot even identify yourself into. What happened with when people say that if you're a commander, go be commander in your region, go be commander in your county, go be commander over there. Because there is war happening over there in Apanai. There's war happening over there in Warap or somewhere there. In the side of Bahrain Gaza. Why don't you go be a commander over there? If you're a minister, why don't you be minister over there? They need you over there. If you're a doctor, why don't you be over there? And create universities, create hospital, create a lot of stuff over there. If you're an engineer, go build over there, architectures, roads, and stuff like that. If you say you're a soldier, then it serves no purpose for you to say that, because I'm Israel, I'm a soldier, I have to be in the city. No, there's a war happening in Upper Nile. Wasn't it that the presence of soldiers needed there in order to diffuse these wars that are happening, in order to create a stability over there, to create securities over there? If you say you're a doctor, if you say you're whatever, if you say you're a businessman, shouldn't you be creating businesses over there? You got a lot of things there going on there for you. You got companies to create over there. Many companies to put their people into work. These are the things that needed to be done for the country. But no, these people don't want these things. That's why I was saying Callisto has been an example has served a purpose to us now. It has proved everybody point that have said it, because these are the things that we have all said it. Everybody from room to room, everybody has said these things. It served the purpose that says that it's impossible to work with these people. It's impossible to make a change from within there. Very, very highly impossible. You see? So I'll just wrap it up here and stick with that. And then also on another note that you know, that for Equatoria, you know, for the generations of Equatoria really to be respected, for Equatoria really to stand up, I think we must start focusing on really how we can handle this, how we can handle this, how we can go about this, how we cannot undermine each other, how we cannot focus our energy on ourselves, our hatred on ourselves, but rather direct our anger to where it served the purpose. Because we cannot allow ourselves to be dismayed like this. We cannot allow ourselves to be destroyed like this. And we cannot allow like our people to be mistreated like what Callisto and the rest of the other people, not Callisto alone. You know, I know that there is a lot of people that have gone missing. You know, there are a lot of leaders from the side of, you know, East Equatoria that have gone missing too. People have never really talked about it a lot. There was this one guy that I don't remember the name. I forgot his name. He's also gone missing. You know, you cannot be losing your people one by one. This battle cannot be left upon one person that will wake up and start speaking in the mix of the crocodile in the riverbank, and then they get swallowed. It has to take all Equatorians at once. How can a nation be afraid of little tribes? How can a great country like Equatoria be destroyed by little tribes? How can we get confused, really? And these people actually got into us. They started making us our foundation to be shaken, and then we started even second guessing ourselves. You see, we started second guessing ourselves. Whether can we do this? Can we not do this? Are we able to do this really? Or what we need to do is just, you know what? We need to go sit down, and we need to work with our leaders, or we don't have these things. We don't have that. Because if you want to talk about leaders, maybe if you're talking about if the president is Equatorian, if the vice president is Equatorian, that has power, you know, in reality, let's say in reality, or let's say hypothetical. So if the president is Equatorial, and this is you're working with a very a situation that is really understandable, or a situation that is real. Like the Western country or something countries and stuff like that, then you can say that. You see, you can say that. Like we see, like the war that is going on in Gaza or somewhere between the Palestinians and the Ashkenazis. You see, the European, you know, who are over there, you know, in the remnants of the Arabs. So in Israel, you see, when this war is happening, other people are protesting around in America, Australia, Canada, you know, the students, the university students and stuff like that. They're kind of protesting because you're living in a place whereby you're given a very, the environment is really conducive for you to, you know, you're able to express yourself, you know. You're able to express yourself. People are squatting in the units. You know, students are living there with under tents and stuff because they're saying that that's not really right. You kill people like that, and then down the history, then you come out and write these books nonsense later on in the history, and then later on you talk about that this must not happen again. But when it was happening, you turn a blind eye. When it was happening, they think that should not happen, but it happened. You see, like the reason why these people are killing themselves over there, none of them have the rights over there to kill themselves, other than to live peacefully. So it's the same thing that is happening. You cannot be leaving, we cannot leave the fate of our people, that it has to come down to one person facing this crocodile in the river, a bunch of crocodiles in the river bank. It should not come to the fate of one person. And that when it comes to that they reach the extent that they regret, they find themselves in darkness. They find themselves that as they were speaking to the people, now the people are not there, they're left in this situation now. They're by themselves, nobody can help them, nobody can get them out of there. We cannot live in a situation whereby we can betray ourselves just like that, like what we're doing with ourselves. And I have wished and I've begged that those people who are working with the regime over there, that they will have that one day that sense, something within them just will wake up and realize that where they are is actually where is destroying their people. And what they have been doing is helping the system to kill their people, to annihilate their people, to create destruction, to displace their people. One thing that I love from, I will conclude it and say, one thing that I love from, that I'm obsessed about, one character of this guy called, what is his name in The Last Kingdom? He came in episode 5 for sure.
You shared it. You shared it in. Did you share it? You said in Equatoria Free Forum. Yeah, I know. Is the one who married to the daughter of Utrecht.
Yeah, and the story of the struggles of the this European Anglo-Saxons and stuff like that. I love this Danish, one of the Danish young boy. He's very brave. He's called thank you, Odysseus. His name was in the role that he played the role of a person named by Sitriga, the king of Iva. It's like he was really brave, and I love one of the things that he said. He talked about all their
Your voice disappeared. Your voice disappeared. I don't know. Oh, it's me?
because
Oh.
Sorry?
Your voice just disappeared. Maybe it's from me because I have a bad network. But go ahead. Yeah. You said Citrica. Yeah.
Yeah, he said that all their leaders that has been destroyed because they have anger in them, but all they serve the purpose for themselves. They have not served their people. That's why they were destroyed. They were serving their purpose, and they all went down to sit down and negotiate with the king, one by one, and they all got consumed. They were all destroyed. Some of them were killed. Are not there anymore. He said because they are serving their own purpose. Some of them ended up working under the king because they were not serving the purpose of the people. Their purpose was for themselves, serving themselves. They set out the wrong way. And then the most greatest one. When I think about Callisto the other day, I was thinking about it and I was remembering what Situ Girls said. They say that it's very difficult to live with your enemies in peace than to fight with them. It's very, very difficult. And look, Callisto tried to live with them in peace. He was living with them in peace. He let them to be the president. He let them to be the vice president. He let them to be everything. He was the servant, just cleaning the streets, cleaning the city, doing whatever he wants, just maintaining the city. But it was difficult. They fought him. And he has to fight back. It was so difficult for him. Very difficult to live with the enemy than to fight them. He found himself in the mix of them, fighting them by himself alone. and he's no more. We don't know where he is. He disappeared. That's the example. Very not easy with your enemy. However you pretend, it's very difficult. It will be difficult. Somebody that does not want you does not want you. So I will just leave it here, and that Equatorians should know that it's really difficult to live with your enemy than to fight them. Very easy. I mean, it's not easy. It's very difficult. However, we will pretend. Some of us will pretend because we feel like I want to go back and visit and stuff like that. But when you go back and visit, you're coming back and you're not comfortable. Really, we know the situation that is there. Some of us we decided, go all together. I don't want to know, but it's still our relatives to remind us. So I'll leave it here. Thank you for the information about Callisto. And I want to thank the room, everybody that here, and everybody that will be listening later on. And thank you, Odysseus, and thank you, CJ.
Thank you, Didi. To be honest with you, وضع بتاع Equatoria is in the worst shape every time when we tell Equatorian. طبعا أنا لاحظت حاجة حتى قبل كان جي في الجد جواسيس حركة الشعبية ولا بيسموهم شنو هم ظهروا بجاي فيديو بيطلعوا المهم ما مشكلة في تانيين فعلا جانوا when they support us and they stand with us لكن في تانيين أنت بتعرف عشان كده أنا بقول salute to our friends and even to our enemies اللي هم hide in the color of هم كانوا بس مستمعين لكنهم في النهاية أهدافهم الأساسي هم عاوزين يسمعوا عشان بكرة هم يقدر كيف you see who's in the room. طبعا إنهم كمان مخططات لكن ما مشكلة بس أنت نذكر حاجة الاستوائية. إحنا ما نخاف من هؤلاء الناس لأن الناس خدم للأورا ديلك القاعدين في النظام خدم للناس اللي هم بيقولوا هم قال دين يحلوا مشكلة لكن ماشيين يقعدوا مع النظام. إنتوا كان شفتوا الناس دي لحد هسه أنا بتحدام ما في زول بيقول أنا بشيل سلاح وداري يقعد ينيغوشيت يا أنت تاخد حقك بسلاح يا تاخد حقك بقانون. اوكي لكن مش تقول لي قال أنا نيغوشيت. وعشان تعرف الكذب بتاعهم هم نفس الجزء من النظام زي ما انت قلت ديدي. they are the same people. المشكله هم قاعدين confuse Equatorian وفي Equatorian قاعدين allow them to be confused. يا جماعه احنا عندنا all the opportunity. all you need to do is to take the right side. ما في زول عاوز يقول احنا كان في زول كان بيقدر يتكلم زي هنا قاعدين نتكلم والله إنه كنا بنقعد support them to the end لكن none of them want to stand up. all of them just want to sit and eat or they want to negotiate or they يكبروا على الناس يقولوا يا أخي إحنا وإحنا but they're not doing anything. how many years إحنا جيل أصلا جيل جديد. okay جيل بتاع ناس زي في تانيين قال لهم خبرة سياسية في تانيين قاعدين يتكلموا قالوا لهم خبرة إعلامية لكن what did they do to us غير ونسة ضيعوا حياتنا ضيعوا شعبنا خلونا في المجهر نعيش في المحجر for so long. وخليك من زي قلت دي الناس اللي هناك التحت ديل تعبانين نفسيا الجوع اللي قاعد يقتلهم البقى نمن تانيين بينتحروا كان ما انتحر تانيين بقى بيعيشوا في حالة بتاع يستسلموا لنازل نمن يبيعوا أنفسهم خاصة بناتنا بقى desperate نمن تانيين بقى هم أولا abuse our women now they are trying to let our women surrender willingly عشان قروش للوسخ اللي هسه ماسكين البلد داك. هم قال لازم ينسجموا مع ناسنا بأي طريقة you destroy us. they are our enemies. وأسوأ enemies the enemy اللي هو أخوك أنت بتقول له حقيقة وده يقول لك نعيش مع enemy زي ما أنت قلت ديدي بتاع ستريكا ده it's very hard to live in peace with your enemy. there is no way an enemy who raise arm against you will ever give you the right peace. أنت لو دقيت السما والأرض شيطان في يوم زول قال عمل peace مع شيطان لما أنت كان كريستيان ولا أنت كان believe in Christianity حتى الأديان اللي بيوري عن شيطان كده وريني يا تزول مؤمن بربنا قاعد يقول أنت نعمل peace مع شيطان. you will never find that because you're in a constant war because your ideology is different from their ideology or your belief is different from the belief of the devil. the devil عاوزك تكون فاسد تكون مجرم تكون خاطئ تعمل حاجات الوسخان. الزول اللي بيحب ربنا أول قاعد follow God, they have to follow God 100% because God says I am with you. أنا حقيقي holy. أنا دارك تكون holy to follow the commands. لكن طبعا the devil will come and seduce you, play games with you and destroy you. عشان كده أنا قاعد نقول شنو؟ إحنا كإيكاتوريان we are fighting not only a physical war, we are fighting a demon, we are fighting an idea بتاع domination بتاع ناس اللي ما بيعرف حتى ربنا، لأنه كانوا بيعرفوا ربنا ما كان بيقتلوا بعضهم ولا كان بيجي بيعملوا جرائم اللي عملوها في استوائية. وأنا بناشد استوائيين اللي بيسمعونا واللي مؤمنين بكلامنا join us عشان نقدر liberate our people for real. it's time. خلينا ما نسمع المجموعات الكثير لأنه أغلبية كلهم هم يا دائما بيوصل للغلط. إنت كان شفت الأغلبية زمان last time I said أغلبية، لو أغلبية كان صح يسوع المسيح ما كان يتصلب. الأغلبية كان صح ما كان هنا قال له عمل له تهديد عشان ما يتكلم عن إن الأرض كرة أرضية. you know أغلبية دائما بيمشي مع لأنه هم what they call a mob. Only they just go with influence noises and people اللي بيعملوا دوشة وما في أي يعني ما في compass كده direct. لكن الفيو هم بيقدر يعمل change والفيو مفترض believe in themselves. When they know the truth, let them believe in themselves and let them fight for that truth. Commit to the truth without fear. I know you will find challenges. We're the most hated people right now. أنا بقول لك we Equatorian nationalists اللي بيتكلم عن استوائية we're the most despised people in all of South Sudan. And the saddest thing نجي نلقى ذاته الإيكاتوريانز اللي هم بيقولوا intellectuals اللي بيقولوا هم unionists اللي قاعدين برا في western countries. Not all the people قاعدين برا في Equatorian قاعدين برا هم كلهم they hate us. لكن I'm saying those اللي هم قاعدين worship leaders, blind leaders اللي ما قاعد يدينا لقدام, leaders اللي خلينا نقعد تحت نكونوا خدم, نرجع ونكون نسوينا يكونوا another number لدينك اللي قاعد abuse us ده. They want these things. يلا هم هناك بيملوا كروشهم قاعدين في وزارة يلقوا وظيفة كده خلاص. وزي ما انت قلت كاليستا tried to go within to make a change within. What did happen? Now he's unknown. تلقى مشاكل كتير زي ده. كم إيكاتوريان قتلوهم يا جماعة قدامنا. كم إيكاتوريان اللي spoken out اتكلم إنه الناس ديل هم ما عندهم نية صافي. These people have no any idea only to destroy. And Equatorian you must not entertain it. يا جماعة قد يقتل قلبي قد صراحة. أنا sometimes I feel the anger يعني most of the time not from the enemy but from my Equatorian اللي ما قاعد stand up for Equatoria. This is the most biggest betrayal. كل حاجة ده بنقول لكم. أنا بعرف أنتوا دايرين شنو يا Equatorian اللي لسه قاعدين تقفلوا أذانكم بواكس. دايرين شنو عشان نقدر نخليكم تتحركوا كناس كرجال. بناتكم قاعدين يبكوا, أولادكم قاعدين يبكوا, مخيمات مليانة Equatorian برا. خليك من إحنا المشردين. تكاتف تاعنا ما بياخد ولا دقيقة إحنا بنقدر نغير وضع بتاعنا. بعدين نتكبر نقول متعلمين نقعد ونعمل نمشي ورا ناس اللي ما عندهم فايدة. مجموعات اللي بس بيقعدوا بس كعصابات بس ليل ونهار. أصلا كانوا في حفلة ناس بس بيعرفوا حفلة. كان في موت ناس بس بيلموا في موت. ده ما فقارة لنا؟ ده ما فشل؟ إحنا بقينا أسوأ ذاته من يعني أحسن ذاته نقول يا ريت ما كان خلقونا. كان وصلنا لمرحلة ده نقول أحسن كان ما نكون موجودين عشان خلي ناس تاني يجي يكون عندهم مكانة يقدر يتاك this land. هسه لو كان يا فلسطيني ولا إسرائيلي يا قطهم في مكاننا ده ناس كان جاهدوا بيقوا دولة عشان هم ما يكونوا عبيد. ليه سبب ناس بيكون دم دولة؟ عشان تعيش مكرم ومعزز عشان الجيل الجاي وراك يرث الخيرات اللي انت عندك له. ربنا أدانا عشان نحن نملى الأرض لكن نملى الأرض بالصح. لكن لما نحن جينا أخذنا الدولة ده لقينا أخواننا اللي أدوم وظائف برشاوي بتاع إنهم يكونوا قيادات في جوا حركة الشعبية باعوا الفكرة بتاع استوائية. وإحنا لازم نلومهم ولازم نعاتبهم. هم اليوم بيطلعوا تانيين تقول أنا معارضة وتانيين جوا. حتى المعارضة طالع فاشل. ده ما أتاك لأني بيرسون ولا أنا عاوزين نحط ما يزول. لكن انتوا كنتوا تيجوا يلتها ناس هناك. أنا هنا عايش في أوروبا أنا بقدر أعيش بسرفايف. I can die in the West. At least I have everything I want. But this is not right. ده الزول اللي ما بيعرف أساسه وين. We're not animals. We're human beings. كم مرة بنتكلم لكم من كل قلوبنا يا جماعة يا استواء تكاتفنا هو أساسنا. خلينا نوقف الفتن والغش والكراهيه والغيره اللي ما بدينا لقدام. لانه انا شايف عندنا في ناس بيقول انتم مناش تيجي تتكلموا. يا اخي انا استوائي، انا قاعد بحس بألم اخوي هناك. في كم ناس قاعدين يموتوا بالجو في جو استوائي، في كم ناس قاعدين يموتوا برا من استوائي. I seen it with my eyes when I was a kid. I saw how Equatorian dying outside. وانا ما شفت في جنوب السودان لكن dying. I've seen some. حتى في ناس عندهم شخصيات كان ممتازة، ناس كان في أيام إيد أمين ماتوا في غربة ببشتنة. في شباب، في ناس بيقوا كان طلعوا من بلدهم من إيكاتوريا، شباب أفتى ينيوان جا ماتوا في غربة. Like I tell you, this elder, I really highly respected him and I loved him. When I heard he died, it broke my heart. And I remember him very well. لما سمع عن قيادات الاستوائية اللي داخلين في حركة شعبية, he was disappointed. like قال لي شباب ناس ديل هسه ده إيكاتوريا لو بخد حب بتام في ناس ديل, they're losing themselves. I was trying to record him. We were trying so hard عشان نقدر نخلي يكون له message لنا. Unfortunately, بس I never had the chance. But I remember everything he told me. And I never forgot it. He went to Juba, وشاف Juba. You know, but unfortunately, when his time came, he left. لكن أنا بشكره for his advice. وده ناس كان أبطال. Imagine history بتاعه هسه is lost. And he's buried in the foreign countries. He cannot come back home. يلا تخيل generation تاعه الجايين وراه. لأنه في كتورين عاوزين يخلونا نحن نكون داي برا outside. You know, they want to forget the history of our people's struggle. They want to forget. يعني نحن forget. لما بيقولوا إحنا بنتكلم حقائق ده كله, تيجي تلقى ناس بيجي create lies, شتايم, إهانات, عشان بس قال الإنسان. لكن ما بتسايلنس بأكاذيب بتاعكم والشتايم ده. بالعكس, إحنا قاعد نتكلم من أجل إيكاتوريا. لو أنا ما إيكاتوريان معلش, أنا كنت بخليك نشوف بلد ده ما فاضيين. لكن because I believe and I know who I am. And I'm so proud to be an Equatorian. I know it's not easy for people who don't have that feeling to understand, because they're only just living like dogs, only eating from their masters. لكن I'm not a dog. I'm an Equatorian, son of Equatorian. When I'm نوصل للهدف ده, يا ريت يا Equatorian to wake up. انتوا لسه قاعدين تعيشوا في وهم بتاع unity. وانتوا قاعدين تعيشوا under these leaders اللي يضللكم عشان يرجعوا بكره في جوبا. زمان وريتكم بوكوسورو كان هناك, كان برا ناس كتير لما وراه, وضيع إيكاتوريان في النهاية. لكن at least who shorten his time, who ما waste time بتاع إيكاتوريان. At least I give him that respect. لكن تانيين اللي بيجي بيقول لنا I want to fight for إيكاتوريا, لكن ده تخلي يالتا ناس يموتوا في غابات. ما في hope. ولا عاوز تمسك أراضي بتاع إيكاتوريا عشان تحميه, عشان كان ده تمشي قدام. You don't want to do that. لكن عاوز تقعد تحت ناس تانيين اللي قاعد use us. And you have been used 3 or 4 times. وانت لسه ما قادر تسي. يا جماعة, somebody like can use 2 times and will like betray it. We need to know who's this person. لكن 3 and 4 ما عيب علينا يا أخي. كان قائدنا ده ما قادر يشوف إحنا كشعب نوريه. كانوا رافض ما داري يسمع الشعب, خلي الشعب يقولوا the hell with you. You know, اطلعوا كونوا قيادات, ابنوا نفسكم. إحنا يا القوة. هم عارفين إحنا القوة, عشان كده هم بيحاولوا بأي طريقة ما تسمعونا, ولا الناس يقدر ياخذ الحقيقة الصحيح, بس يضللوا ناس, يوزعوا غرف, يعملوا حاجات أفكار غلط. يلا الناس بيقول يا حقيقة. عشان كده تلقى ناس كتير مهووسين بالعوارة. عشان كده قال الوعي ما بيجي من الكلامات اللي عنده معنى, اللي عنده هدف. الوعي بيجي من حاجة عنده نقط واضح. What do you want? I want this. لكن الناس بكرة بيقول لك أنا داير unity, بس والله أنا دايرين كان بيجا زي ده, أنا بجيب for my tribe. Yeah, this all ما منطقي. Equatoria is suffering because of this mindset. Equatoria is dying because of these people. وانا باكد لكم الناس اللي قاعدين كوين وقليل كتورين يرفعوا السلاح ده هيحصل. لكن الويل واي زول كان ريدي فعلا هو داري فايت. انا ما داري بس يقول كلام, داري فايت. they know where they can find us. يعني يوم اللي بيحصل ده we will do it. احنا قاعدين do every process. في حاجات كتير قاعدين نشتغل فوقه, ما بس حاجه, لانه it's really not easy to be honest. The worst of it is that when we talk here, we're trying to find the best people that can be with us. I know some people قبل كانوا قلت هم عمل لي contact and I will try to contact them back but I'm just busy. لكن أنا بأشور them, I will talk to them and I will know, we will know each other and we will see what we can do. لكن ده أنا أكد لكم this time we cannot let this go. وأنا بأكد لكم السنوات الجاية ده يعني مش سنوات حتى سنة ده قبل ما ينتهي هيكون في حاجات كتير هيحصل لأن إحنا شايفين الجيم هسه زماننا شايفين زول يقدر extend his time so he need to bring the other group in لأهداف سياسية لكن سياسة تاو كريت مكشوف we don't care but for us Equatoria this is the time we need to take action لأن أنا شايفين ما في voice لإيكوتوريا إلا Equatorian nationalist صدقني ما في زول وانا بتحدى الناس اللي بيقولوا قالوا بيجيبوا حل هم قاعدين يقعدوا في ترابيزه كانوا يجيبوا حل خليهم يكثفوا الشكل مش يقول لنا دعايه قالنا فجرنا مخزن ده ما ياهو انت ماشي تشكل مخزن ولا ماشي تشكل كير كونوا رجال اقتلوا قيادات الاشرار ديل شوف بتاع سليفانيا or whatever today there was an assassination attempt they almost killed the president but he survived do these things prove yourself with رجال كونوا زي حركات القد ثوريه القد يعمل نهايات من الناس اي مجرم شيله برا نخلي جوبا دي يكون سكيري فور اني دنكاوي واي جنة دنكاوي مجرم كان ما عملنا حاجه ده مستحيل ما تتوقع ما تعتمدوا للقيادات الفاشله اللي قاعدين يقولوا اوبوزيشن ده اعتمدوا لانفسكم يا إيكواتوريان لو تدارين عندكم the channels to talk to us and we'll do anything impossible anything possible لانه في شباب طلعوا من الاوبوزيشن ديل يلا تانيين رجعوا جوا وفي ناس قاعدوا بعيد والناس يمين الناس اللي قاعدوا بعيد ده افضل لهم لكن نديروا ما يقعدوا بعيد بدون يعملوا action but this action have to be for Equatoria and we will support them anyone there اللي هو طلع في غابة وفعلا داري fight for Equatoria let them join us we will support them by anything they need you know we will do everything to get the money for them but they don't need the money they need what is called strategies أهداف نعمل أهداف لأنه لازم إحنا نوقف ناس دي لازم ناس يقف لأنه إحنا خلاص وصلنا لمرحلة لا عودة له وإحنا ما عاوزين ناس تاني في أرضنا نطلعهم من هناك حتى لو عملنا بلد داك جحيم وأي إنسان من استوائية إن كان ولد ولا بنت بيتعامل مع هؤلاء الناس على أساس صداقة أو على أساس علاقات إن كان علاقات عاطفية أو إن كان صداقة عشان مصلحة الشغل don't put yourself in that place you better figure out yourself لأنه في وقت بيجي إحنا هنعمل تصفية أي زول اللي كان قاعد يكون مع المجرمين إننا ما بنعتبره استوائي يعني لازم يحصل حاجة ده عشان عاوزين نكرييت إيكواتوريا اللي بيكون نظيف من الوسخ ده enough إحنا وقعنا في تجارب ده enough we're not gonna allow it again I know it's tough for people to swallow it now لكن هيجي وقت ده لازم لأن خلاص شفت في ثمارات في حاجات بقى يجي هناك عاوز يكون obstacle to us these people wanted to be obstacle to us because they want us to be assimilated they're using all the tactic using our people with money buying our young men and women destroying them يعرفون مخدرات alcohol دعارة حاجات ده لازم يقف and they are destruction of مجتمع get destroyed بحاجات ده is not getting destroyed because of ناس بيجوا بالسلاح بس ناس ده بيجوا بكل الأدوات منه بيجوا اقتصاديا بيجوا بيعملوا تدمير يا هو بحاجات الفحشاء عشان يخلونا إحنا مجتمع فاشل وعاطل ناس ده قدروا علينا لأنه في قيادات ضعيفة لحد هسه ما عندهم كلمة إن كان جوا ولا برا عشان يقيف لمصلحة استواء أو يقول أنا أعتذر أنا عملت غلط كبير لما دخلت مع ناس ده أنا عاوز هسه أغير الوضع ده لإيكواتوريا ما بيقدروا يقولوا الكلام ده أنا ما أعرف ليه لمشكلتهم لكن في وقت بيجي حساب فوقه ناس ده بيدفعوا ثمن بتاعه ما تقول لي تمنوا لأنه ما ممكن تخلي أخوانكم يتبهدلوا زي ده عندنا 2 مليون زايد عدد كبير ما معروف لأنه ده ما عدهم UN اللي عدهم 2 مليون نسمة 2 million population of Equatorian are outside only in Uganda imagine the ones in Congo imagine the ones in Central Africa imagine the one in Chad the one in Libya the one in Egypt the one in Khartoum the one in many countries even some neighboring countries far away to Togo even I have got contact from one person before that I lost it to contact him back. He lives in Togo, because parent town was hinak out of the conflicts, and they've been there for almost 20 years. So we are letting our people to die and just destroyed. Israel, they brought themselves back to return the land of Israel back, and they did it. If they can do it, we can do it. Why are we afraid? And Israel didn't follow leaders. Israel followed the history of time, the identity of time. In whom are Jews, they have to go back and fight for the land. Us Equatorian, the land Bitana is our identity. History of Tana is made in Equatoria. Our bloodline is Equatorian. Why are we now letting it go to these dogs? اللي ما بيستحقوا عشان يقعدوا جنبنا. وأنا بقول لهم dogs, yes, I call them dogs. لأنه كانوا ما dogs, dogs don't behave like human. These people have behaved worse than human. Even the world are telling them, you guys don't. Are you civilized? Are you mentally right, people? You بيكون لكم دكاترة PhD and all this, and you are foolishly doing behavior as savages. Thank God Equatoria لسه ما حبش أي شيء في الوقت ده. لكن في some Equatoria عاوزين push us into that level عشان إحنا نقعد تحت ناس نتصرف زيهم. لما بيقول لنا أنتوا Equatoria ما بدكم تنفصلوا ذاتوا هتشاكلوا. منو قاعد يجيب فتن ناس في جوا Equatoria؟ مش ده أنتوا يا ناس Upper Nile؟ على ده Upper Nile خاصة سياسيين تاشول، وأنا بقول بودو خليهم يزعلوا. سياسيين تاشول أكبر ناس قاعدين يجيبوا فتنة هسه بطريقة opposition. دينكا شغالين جوا، شلوك شغالين برا. سياسيين بتاعهم اللي يعجب ما يعجب ده حقيقة. هم شغالين في سياسيين بتاعنا تا إيكاتوريان، نما إيكاتوريان تاعنا اللي بيقوا دراويش هسه. عشان كده بيقولوا unity. هو قال في ناس تعبانين في ملكال. ده احنا أخوان، إحنا ياو مسؤولين لملكال. ناس ملكال كانوا بدأين fight, let them fight for themselves. ليه زول اللي بيجي في جوبا كانوا سيقعد fight for the land. عشان كده ما يعمل لنا كذب. we are tired. واحد منهم دخل في نيروبي قاعد يقول لا والله ما وقع شيء. ده سياسة. الناس كلهم عندهم مؤامرة. The Equatorian. They hate the hell out of us. They don't want to see us be people. They just want to destroy us. دينكا شغال هنا قاعد destroy us. بيجي ناس تانيين دول كمان قالوا opposition تراهم شغالين كمان قاعد destroy us. وإيكواتوريان قال لنا لأن الناس قالوا أحسن من يسوع المسيح. قال لنا الناس unity love. أنت ما love in unity. You're a lie. You're a hypocrite. If you love, you start loving your home. Love your brother. اللي بيقول لك الحقيقة ما بيعجبك. تقول إحنا ناس كعبين. Because حاجة اللي قاعد نقول لك ده حقيقة قاعد يوجعك. لأن أنت شفت حالك أنت cannot do it. Because you're afraid, because you're already emasculated. You're no longer a man. عشان كده تتكلم كلام تاع unity. Yes, only a coward would say unity. And I'm sorry to say, but this is the truth. Unite with the evil person going to kill your mom and sister, and going to destroy your communities في جوا Equatoria. Just go and see our women, our children are vulnerable because of you. You have desecrated Equatoria. نما بنات Equatoria بيقى nothing, بيقى رخيص. أي ابن كلب بيتلاعب مع بنات إيكواتوريا، بيتلاعب مع أولاد إيكواتوريا، بيغشون بيقولوا له صاحبي بشدوا له حاجات هناك خلاص يلا بيجي get infiltrated into the people Equatorian families. These people لما كان قاعدين مع عرب ما قدروا يعملوا حاجات ده، لأن عرب كان رجالهم، كان control them. هم كان شغالين بس بيشيلوا إبريق بتاع نازة، بندي فكرين بتاع نازة وكيف تودي وكيف يلا يمشي ودميلهم قاعدين تحت زي كانوا منتظرين شنو. Today, Equatoria, to belittle yourselves. Like, I want to promise our people back home, we will do everything to help you. When I was in لكم كمان تشدوا حيلكم تورون انتم مستعدين للتضحية، لأنه ما تتوقعوا قيادات. انتوا لازم تعتمدوا على أنفسكم، على الرؤية بتاع إيكواتوريا، وإحنا بنساعدكم بأي شيء تدارين. You know, because some of us are willing to do anything, in can financially, in can حتى like body wise, we can send people financing them experience our military, and we're still looking. And I call also everyone into military experience come في جيش الأمريكي أو في European armies أو في any countries who come forward. We want you guys to give us your support. Contact us. Let's talk, because we need to, figure out a way, because it's time really, and we will create this power. دايرينه ده هم دايرين يشوفوا هل ويسووا. أنا وصلنا لمرحلة بقى خلاص too much. I pray Equatoria will be free, and I know it will be free. But I pray Equatoria to come to their conscience, so majority of Equatoria can come back and save itself before it's too late. خلي ما يfollow حاجات incompetent leadership اللي بدينا لhell. ده رجعنا باك في ترابيزه تعادل، ويا ريت احنا بنقعد في ترابيزه، بالعكس بخطونا تحت بدون اكل زك احنا كلاب، ما بنقعد معاهم في ترابيزه سوا. بس تذكروا بتاع يونيتي بتاع امريكا ده، انتجريشن ده دمر امريكان بلاك. كده study history بتاع امريكا how did they destroy the black American اللي قالوا دايرين integration هم الان دايرين يقعدوا جنب خواجه. في النهايه خواجه قدر يدمرهم اقتصاديا، قدر يدمرهم في كل شيء. لما كان black isolated كانوا هم more powerful. So I don't want to go far. We have spoken a lot. And Callisto, our brother, and to his family, we will do everything in our will. أهل بتاعه قاعدين في جوبا أو قاعدين برا. I know some people are saying they're doing their part on getting a lawyer. Like to us, we see this idea of whatever they want to do. It does not match with what really happened to our brother. Our brother need more than that. Lawyers ديل يعني انت كان قاعد تقول لك ما انت قاعد تقول الحكومه ده عنده constitution وعنده دستور حقيقي. الحكومه ده غير شرعي والدستور اللي ماشي فوق الدستور بتاع اجرام. فاحنا Equatorian nationalists, we have one thing, is that we have to pressure the international community by any means so this guy could be released. وانا been warned نظام تاكير ده, if Callisto anything happened قالوا Callisto died, trust me, ده بيكون you don't want to see what's gonna happen. وانا بنقوله بكل حقيقه ووضوح. انتوا فيكم تستهترونا وين جيشكم، لكن ده وقت بتشوف نار ده بيقوم كيف. عشان انتوا ما تخلوا حاجه دي يكون bad for you وانتوا لسه قاعدين to try to figure out when to run. You better let this guy go to his family safe. هو كان راجل اتكلم بس منطقيا، قال لك انت ما تعمل violence against others. Let people live their land. Equatoria stand for yourself. People have to stand for what is right. احنا كلنا هنا قاعدين live as a countryman. يعني هو اداكم احترام، حتى قالوا قاعد يمشي بالله بتاعكم، لكن انتوا disrespected him. You abused him and you kidnapped him and nobody know where he is. ناس بقى بيطلعوا rumors، قال زول ده فكو، زول ده وين، ويلا في تانيين كمان ده نيجي يجيبوا، قال ده نجيبوا لوير، واللوير ده ذاته ما حيقدر يجيت access. سمينا سمينة. ولو في access كده ورونا access ده كيف، خليه يكون في evidence إن زول ده is okay. وعشان تعرف ناس زي قاعدين يعملوا حاجات دي لإيكواتوريا بطريقة very evil. لما زول ده كان yeah it's هنا timing خدوه في سجن. هل تسميت يوم بقانا مدقو عملوا abuse اللي عملوا له كاليستو؟ I'm asking you دي هنا أي واحد بقانا ما يتدقس، ما ينضرب، ما يتعذب. حتى زول اسمه قال الأسف سجن بتاع أمريكا ده بيتر بيال ده، في ناس طبعا عمل دعاية لسنة أنا مذكر ومشى جاء الأمريكان عشان يعمل بروباغندا بتاعه. طبعا هم ده الناس الأنتي Equatorians to be honest with you. وتانك جاد ربنا أنقذ Equatoria indirectly، ناس بس ما عارفين. زول ده كان داري يشيل السلاح داري يجيبه في جوا جنوب السودان ما عشان يليبريت South Sudanese. هدف بتاعه كانوا داري put Dinka Bor back in power، لأنه في clash yes between Dinka Bor وناس، لكن كلهم في النهاية هم دينكم بيجيبوا لمصلحتهم. But imagine this guy tried to get weapon low، كان لقى السلاح ده، هل كان في peace لنا؟ بالعكس زول ده كان جاي vengeance، خاصة إنه كان عنده plan make sure إنه Equatoria ما يتكلم عن أرض تاو تاني. Assimilation to Equatoria must be by force and legal force, not the way how Kir use it. Legal force اللي Equatoria ما بيقدر يفتح خشمه. حركة القرن كان قاعد do it يعني يدينا التاني ما بيشوف يدينا التاني. That's exactly what they were doing. Thank God he was stopped. انتوا ما عارفين the reason why sometimes ربنا قاعد ينقذنا وقاعد يدينا إشارات نحن ما قاعد نلاحظها. Today Equatoria, the truth in front of you. Either you choose to be enslaved under unity or to resist and do revolution by standing for Equatoria and call for independence. وما في زول بيمنعك لا في السماء لا في الأرض، بالعكس ربنا بيكون معك لأن ده حقك. انت ما شايل أرض تازول تاني ولا انت مشيت كتلت جنة تازول تاني عشان تاخد حقه. انت قاعد في أرضك، أرض أجدادك. إذا ناس زي desecrate the grave مقبرة أجدادك، انت ده نقدر تعمل شنو مع ناس زي ده؟ ده ناس ما عندهم أي فصل ولا أصل، ده ناس ملاعين بمعنى. زول بيشيل مقبرة أجدادك قدام عينك كنت ما بتفايت باك. خليك من بناتنا اللي اغتصبوهم، في ناس لسه ما دايرين يشاكلوا، قال لنا نقعد سوا اخوان، يلا قال بس نكب كير برا كير ياس، ما نقول دينكا كله يا جماعه، ناس كله انيميز. دبيبه ما بيولد حسان، دبيبه ما بيولد ضفدع، دبيبه بيولد دبيبه. ده ناس ده ما تقول لي عشان لانه هو ما قاعد جنب ولا ممكن هو ما قاعد يوري حاله اجريسيف، لكن لما نيجي وقت بتاعه بيعرف يكون اجريسيف. You know, they don't have to be taught. It's natural. Aggressiveness, evil time is natural. So Equatorians, wake up. I know كلامنا ده بيوجع عشان كده في ناس عندهم اسمه بيجروا. خليهم يجروا. That's good. We don't care. And again, they give this message to Equatoria. اللي ما داير في 60. وانا بتمنى من اي Equatorian ابن Equatorian الحر المؤمن بإيكواتوريا شيل المسج ده دي لاخواننا تحت. وكانوا دايرين contact, they can meet us in those platforms. Equatoria Free Forum, or Equatorian Nation in Clubhouse, or actually YouTube. I'm not able to access it, but Equatoria Free Forum, Didi can access it, and we can get information and we can talk. And also in Clubhouse, you can contact us. And like I said, I'm looking for those who have military experience. Also, we need people who have other experiences beside things. We need to talk, and we can find a way to work together. By then, I was in writers. Anybody who know how to write well, we need you writers among us. Nasal Biktabu, perfect, professional. We need writers because it's a voluntary job, but at the same time, it's an advocacy for Equatoria, so we can go forward because these things are important. Writers and military skills and other skills if you have, just need you to be there. Come on, if you feel like you want to do something, contribution-wise, anything, just join us, talk to us, and we can give you what you can do possible to help us. أهم شيء لازم empower our people down there لأنه هسه the only way we can strengthen our people is down there, not the people outside. لأنه لاحظت majority القاعدين في Western countries, Equatorian في Western خلاص هم completely diluted and confused. هم بقى يسمعوا آراء بتاع شخصيات بيدعوا هم سياسيين، عشان كده هم ما قاعدين يوصل لحل غير قال رح نقعد في ترابيزة. You know, لكننا Equatorian nationalists, we know the solution and we know the answer. The answer is in the people, and the people we have to start with the grassroots, the base in the Equatorian, where every person will be joined. لما يكون البرنامج تاع فعلا اللي هم دايرين يشوفوها in action, everybody will be remembered. حتى اللي died will be remembered. We will make sure their names are remembered. احنا ما زي الناس اللي بس يخلي الناس يشيلهم زي خرفان يقتلوهم, and they can never remember one name of these kids الماتوا. حتى لو سألنا قيادات الاستوائية اللي شالوا أخواننا دول كله في حرب ده, هل هم قدروا remember the name of عيال دول؟ هل هم خدوا لهم wall, خدوا حيطة كده باسم تنازع؟ Israel did it. They put every kid المات في حرب independent Israel. ناس China did it. A lot of countries. Cuba, the best one, Cuba. عيال الفلاحين ده كله remembered their name. Martyrs there. But did we ever remember ours? Or did they remember ours? I mean, بس عيال ده ماتوا مجهولين, unknown. يا عشان كده دينكا قاعد يكلم قالوا يا ماتوا أكتر, لكن ده عيال إيكواتوريا died. ومنو شالوا منك قيادات بتاعنا اللي ما داري change their behavior ولا عاوزين stand up for Equatoria, redeem themselves by doing the right thing, standing for Equatoria. No. Equatoria ما تتكلم عنه, احنا جنوبين عشان بترول, عشان ندو شغل هناك, ولا عشان بيبقى كان في شنو هناك حلو. يعني خلاص هم they don't care. ده بوريك إن ده animosity, the enemy is the one who will tell his brother don't talk, let's just sit down and let the enemy do his stuff, and he won't call him enemy, say oh they're my brother. عشان كده بتلقاهم بيجي يقول oh my brother. يلا قال don't generalize. يعني خلي زول يجي يغتصب امك ابوك كل شيء يقول لك إننا اخوان, يشيل مقبره تاع جدك يقول لك إننا اخوان. ده زول ملعون اللي بيقول إننا اخو بتاع حتى شفت اسرائيل يوم مع فلسطين قالوا اخوان. Never. The same thing we say to those people, they're not our brothers. I'll stop here until next time. And I put one of this, I don't want to say it's like national anthem to us, but it's okay because this reminds us Equatoria, what does it mean? The song that we are Equatorian. By the way, I know في ناس هسه لما يسمعوا الكلام ده من الناس تاع upper Nile particular دينكا لما يسمعوا قال yeah, and I call them, they're not my brothers. وقاوز ولا قاعد hate Dinka. Really? I'm not the one who hating. You're the one who hate me so much لما تقلعوا مقابر أجدادنا. You're the one who hate us so much that انتوا دايرين تغتصبوا وتشيلوا بناتنا بقوة، أولادنا بقوة، تدمروهم. عاوزين to eliminate our roots from ground. Nothing to be left. انتوا the real enemy. انتوا the real haters. انتوا بدأت تقعدوا في أراضيكم تكونوا peacefully هناك، تعيشوا كناس كبشر. لا انتوا دايرين تيجي تعملوا فوضى تدمير لمجتمعات تانيين اللي ما عندهم أي علاقة معكم. لما نقول حقيقة بتاعنا إحنا عاوزين نعيش برانا كأننا haters. We love our people too much. That's why we talk like this. إنت بس لأنه زول دبيبة أصلا. You don't have any conscience. You only want to poison. But we'll never let you there. As long as we're alive and as long as there is Equatorian nationals like us, we stand for Equatoria. المهم الله يكون في العون وربنا يفتح عقول Equatorian لسه قاعدين يكوركوا في unity. يكون قلوبهم يكون عنده منشرح لحب لإيكواتوريا لدرجة ما يشوف الثاني، ما يشوف جيران، خليه يشوف بيته أول. ده فعلا الوعي والنضوجة وبمعنى بتاع إنه أنت فعلا جنة إيكواتوريا. And I say this from my heart because if you're the son of the house, you don't fight. You don't fight for the neighbor's house. You fight for your house. And I stop here.
Geo Records. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na.
Oh, sorry guys, sorry. Hold on. Oh man, what happened? Okay guys, sorry.
Geo Records. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid. Anina Equatorian. Anehna. Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita minyambio. Kanita mintori. Weleta min Juba. Yeah. Anina Equatorian. Teresia Samagesi Wanina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanihna Guluwahi, Equatoria Birapa. Yalpirwa Pijama, Asan Bele na Birapa. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh no. Yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, Anina Equatoria. Anehna, Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita Zande, Kanita Mai, Aukukuye, Anina Equatoria. Kelenina Hibona Fusina. Kebilia Kedema Feriganina. Salam wa sahaba Behaja delino Hasan Belek na biraba Arif mabisaido. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh no. Yeah. Anina Equatorian. Nasawa. Anina Equatorian. Beled wahid, Anina Equatorian. Anehna, Anina Equatorian.
Nihna kulu sawa jama. So my Fanang Ngala. I love my people and I am the voice.
Ajoli ya buga ya baka. Kodiga balanda bari. Kakuwa kilikuku. Lambo lukoya. Ajoli tokosa mundo. Nyangara moro de mari. Mundare. Nyambara. Otumu pari makotulo. Lubara bunga ya lobe. Lodo de zinari.
Mundo si sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena. Siasa ma bigesi manena. Anena wahi.
I wish سياسة ده كان ما بيقسم and it's not. لكن في ناس عايزين يجوز السياسة ده عشان يقسم إكواتوريا. إننا ما نحارب لإكواتوريا، نحارب لجنوب السودان اللي قاعد يقتلنا. سياسة جنوب السودان قاعد destroy us. في a lot of people don't want to see that, especially those who claim to be intellectuals, who claim to be party members, who claim that they are South Sudanese. هم قاعدين يخطونا في مرحلة بتاع destruction. الله يستر. لو هم ما woke up quickly, هم بيكون the downfall of Equatoria. But as long as we are here, we will do our best not to let it happen. All right, guys. Thank you.